Thank you. Please take your seats. The anthem of Ukraine was performed by the Chernivtsi Philharmonic Orchestra from the Philharmonic Theater named after Dmytro Gnatyuk. And now I would like to give floor to Alyona Atamanyuk, first deputy head of the regional state administration. We can also give her a round of applause. Good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome so many people today in these premises, and I'm very happy that today we can see people on the territory of the Chernivtska Oblast and also the representatives of neighboring oblasts and regions who produce agro products, protecting our safety in this area. I'm happy that today we are discussing processing and precisely in the territory of our region. And not all of you know that this small Chernivtsi region is the biggest in Ukraine in the productions of the fruits and vegetables and also the crops. And some people are surprised to know that Chernivtsi region is leader in Ukraine in other spheres and in the economy of our region. The agro-industrial complex is the biggest 20% of the gross regional products is the products of the agro-industrial complex. But of course, we are not famous for the growing only. And during the military activity, we are interested in the possibility of increasing the added value. It is very important for these products to be produced in Ukraine. And soon we will be able to directly sell to the EU member states not only grains but also apples and pasta and other products. And I'm very happy that this event is so popular among the participants. I would like to thank the co-organizers of our event, Ukraine Fest. We started discussing with them this event a year ago, and today we're successfully implementing it. I would like to also thank USAID because together with you, we were able to organize a great international event for representatives of Ukraine, Romania, and Poland. And I'm happy to welcome everyone today. And I understand that those people who really care are here today, who are interested in the development of our land, and those who protect the economic front line. And I would like to thank all these men and women in the east of Ukraine whose their blood are protecting the independence of Ukraine. And at the home front, our task is to do everything possible for world to know about Ukraine, not only as a country suffering from the war because of the full-scale aggression of the Russian Federation, but also as a country who will become the world leader in agro-industrial complex and in other areas. I'm thankful to you that together with you, we have been protecting our economy and also our production frontline. Thank you very much, all of you, for your everyday incredible work during the war. I would like to wish a fruitful forum and the fruitful results for us. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor the acting head of Ukraine Invest, Alexander Melnichenko. Good afternoon, dear participants. And I was the one of the representing one of the organizing of today's forum, and I'm really thankful to the management of the state regional administration, the local community, the participants from the agrarian domain who are involved in the organization of this forum. This is a very important event. Why is it so? Because Ukraine is striving to join the United Europe. And that's why it is very important to organize institutional activities, including the investment legislation. And this is the precondition to become the part of the United European family. The development of legislation is actually over. And I would like to say that around 12 days, the key acts, the secondary legislation, have been adopted by the Cabinet of Ministers. And that will be incorporated in the investment law. It is very important that everything is in synergy with the Verkhovna Rada, the central executive bodies, and also the local authorities. And I'm happy about this synergy. Today, we have Igor Marchuk representing the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, who is one of the key persons in developing the mentioned law. Over the last months, we have done everything to have the full understanding with the central executive bodies and the key body as the Ministry of Economy. And I think that during this forum, we will find the time to show how the state of Ukraine, the legislative, executive powers, did everything for this activity. And sometimes people say that everything has been done for foreign investors. No, and I believe that we will be able to accompany the first bids for big investments under the umbrella of the Ministry of Economy, and we will have the special investment agreement that will be the agreement concluded between the Cabinet of Ministers and investors. And then you will see that all branches of power will have their role, including the local authorities, because if the local authorities are involved in the development of investment agreement, which is envisaged by the legislation, you will have a very important role. You will be the participants of this process with the investors and the government. And we have the right and we must support investors. And someone thinks that the investors should be left on their own with the Ministry of Economy, the central executive body. This is also a mistake. If an investor wants this, we can accompany them. And then, after concluding the special investment agreement, until the finalization of this agreement, this can take months and years. With Igor Petrovich and the team of the Ministry of Economy, we do everything possible for your bids to be found on the table of the Ministry of Economy. Perhaps these are some practical issues, but I would like to explain this to agro-processors. and the plus 12 million euros, the jobs and other conditions are there. And I'm sure that we have such investors among the participants of today's forum, and I would like to invite you to cooperation. And we have a small team, but you will be able to see how efficient this team is. And Sergei Tsivka, I think, is here today. For more than 3 years, he has been the head of our organization, and he was also involved in the development of the mentioned law and the application of the law. And he also involved different investors, including foreign investors. That's why we're looking for synergy with you to develop the United Europe embodied by Ukraine as the investment attractive state. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor the Deputy Chairman of the Chernivtsi Regional Council, Mikhailo Pavlyuk. Dear participants, organizers of today's forum, Feed for Ukraine, Bukovina, Fruits and Vegetables Processing, and on behalf of the members of Regional Council, I would like to welcome you with the successful start of this forum, to wish you fruitful work. And this is true that everyone is talking about this, and we are fighting with Russia as with our enemy. But in parallel with this, the Ukrainians have been thinking about how to strengthen economy, how to attract investments, and the agri sector is perhaps the key one here. And in our region, we have been constantly talking about this, where we have a lot of agrarians, a lot of communities. We have a lot of agrarians who have been working on this land, paying taxes, creating jobs, and thinking about investments, and think about how unite people around their products and around the agrarian sector in general. I'd like to emphasize that we have a lot to be proud of. And today you will learn about the production, processing, and we have partners, we have like-minded people, and that's very important that today we have with us the representatives of Romania and Poland, and we hope that this cooperation will be ongoing. And we have a lot of guests from other regions of Ukraine. We have representatives of our partners. I would like to thank Ukraine Invest USAID and the Department of the development of the region, the agro industrial complex. I would like to thank everyone for just uniting your efforts for our work. And I would like to wish you new plans, new contracts. And when it comes to the agrarian products and the agrarian sector, and I would like to think that today, to say that today we have the cosmonauts, the representatives of the rocket building industry. And we have the relevant representatives for our region. And I think that we should have so high-scale plan to achieve all these aids and for which the armed forces of Ukraine are fighting today. And I'm sure that the foreign partners will invest in these plans. So I would like to wish you fruitful work and the mutual support. And today I would like to say on behalf of the members of the Regional Council that there are a lot of people working on this issue, and we are ready to support you. So have a nice event. Thank you. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor to Evgen Mekhanikov, Deputy Chairman of the Chernivtsi City Council. Good afternoon. Dear participants, I would like to thank and to welcome the organizers and the participants of the forum, including those who are with us online. I don't like to take much of your time. It's better for us to discuss the sector, its problems, challenges, and now this is one of the most important resources for our country. Every day, the armed forces of Ukraine are protecting us, and every day we have some bad news from the media. That's why our task now is to work a lot, to work efficiently, to find solutions immediately. That's why I would like to wish an efficient work today for everyone and to discuss the challenges of the sector. These are the issues of logistics, expanding of the production and processing. And here I can agree with the previous speakers. Processing is very important, and relocated businesses in Chernovtsi have proved that if needed, it is possible to move the production facilities and also the value-added products, and they feel quite good in our territory. They have been developing their capacity and moving forward. That's why I would like to wish all of us fruitful work today. And using this opportunity, I would like to bring to your attention to our Bukovina land. And we have great climate conditions and the transparency and openness of local authorities, and also the readiness to support the development of business. Thank you and have a nice day. And would like to thank organizers and co-organizers for welcoming speeches. And before the panel discussion, I would like to offer you to listen to the song, which is the symbol of Ukrainian fight, Oi Luza Червона Kalina, performed by the artists from the Dmitro Gnatyuk Chernivtsi Philharmonic Theater. I would like to thank the artists of the Mitrokh Chernivtsi Regional Philharmonic Theatre. Now, I would like to inform the participants of this forum that in Kanchalar Artistic Center, named after Mykolaichuk, there are two special zones for enterprises and those who are interested in cooperation with the countries like Romania, Ukraine, Turkey. The first zone is for the bid negotiations, where business representatives can discuss the possible cooperation with their partners. And the second one is the zone where the information about the products and companies is represented. In all zones, we have interpreters, and that's why you can freely exchange your contacts and information, because the aim of this forum is to establish contacts between the businesses and the start of cooperation. And we're starting our first panel discussion, realities and prospects for the development of the fruit and vegetable market. It is moderated by Nazar Kohut, the leading expert of Ukraine Invest. So please welcome Nazar Kohut. Thank you, Denise. It's investment advisor from Ukraine Invest, and I am happy to welcome you here, those who have gathered today in this hall, and also our online participants. And this is not my first participation in this forum, and I'm happy to be a moderator of this panel. And I'd like to say that the war is ongoing, Ukraine is keep fighting, and we have gathered today here with you to discuss challenges, to discuss the impact of the war, the prospects, the EU, and other issues. That's why I'd like to invite to this panel our speakers: Igor Marchuk, MP, member of the Supervisory Board of Ukraine Invest; Yulia Gritsku-Andreas, advisor to the head of the Regional State Administration; Taras Bashtannik, chairman of the Ukrainian Fruit and Vegetable Association; Roman Korinets, deputy head of the Committee of Agribusiness Entrepreneurs at the Ukrainian UCCI, president of the National Association of Agricultural Advisory Services of Ukraine; Viktor Dron, head of Klishkovets Territorial Community; Alexander Boyko, deputy director for development of the National Processor Chumak; Nikita Bortnik, the commercial director of PESF Interagrocom; and also Irina Fostak, manager of Ocean Hypermarket Chernivtsi. I'd like to give floor first to Mr. Igor Marchuk, who will speak about the mechanisms of involvement, investments in the sector, and also the boosting of the economic development in the region. Oh, so many topics, and I have only few minutes for this. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be again here in Bukovina. Last time, yeah, I participated in the forum where we discussed the development of tourism potential. And today we are discussing agro-processing. But I think that there is a powerful connection between both topics, because the so-called gastro-tourism is one of the most profitable types of tourism. People are interested in unique national products and visit France, Italy, and I'm sure that thanks to our event, Such products will be also in Ukraine, in Bukovina in particular, that will attract not only foreign but Ukrainian tourists. As for the tools that we have in the state portfolio today that could be used by the representatives of the agro-processing sector. And I have a lot to tell about this. I'm not sure if you heard about this, but I think that you've heard about the National Economic Platform opened in Ukraine. The president of Ukraine has recently mentioned it. And I will start with this platform because this is an umbrella system where we, the representatives of the Verkhovna Rada, the Economy Committee, have developed the whole range of state stimuli. And the aim of this program is to create conditions to involve not only significant investments that Alexander Ivanovich has already mentioned, that are attracted with the help of thanks to the law about the state support of significant investments, but there is the threshold, the 12 million euro that without VAT should be invested in different investment projects. And also to compensate this gap, we have developed legislation about industrial parks. I think that you've heard about that. And this legislation is aimed at creating favorable investment conditions for micro, small, and medium investments, because in the framework of this legislation, there are no limitations about the minimum scale of investment.
What kind of incentives are we talking about? First of all, these are fiscal incentives and exemption from taxation in terms of value-added tax, some duties like import duties for new equipment and new machinery that is used to implement investment projects. So these are also land preferences. These are the priority right of the investor to acquire a land plot and other things like this. Also, we can speak here about the project belonging to the category of micro and small business. I think that you have all heard about the grant for the processing company establishment, which is 8 million hryvnias. Also, you have probably heard about the projects in the field of agriculture. It's a package of grants that is linked to development of horticulture and gardening and hothouse development, let alone the program of preferential crediting, which is 579 program. And by the way, let me draw your attention to the fact that in spite of the whole complexity that we are now facing with the budget, because you know that almost all the money that we raise as tax revenues is transferred to the armed forces of Ukraine. And the Ministry of Economy, with the support of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, has actually let down an unprecedented state support budget, which amounts to 45 billion hryvnias. And this is the money for the implementation of investment projects with considerable investment. This is 3 billion hryvnias for this year. And for the projects within industrial parks, we've got 1 billion hryvnias for the reimbursement of agricultural machinery and equipment, which is the so-called 25% cashback when business acquires new agricultural machinery and equipment produced by Ukrainian manufacturers. So this is another 1 billion hryvnias. That's why I'm really urging all entrepreneurs and all businesses to use this powerful support program And suppose you have any questions related to this field, I will be happy to take those questions since today I'm going to be present throughout the day with all of you. Please address me. Thank you. Thank you, Ihor. Just in time, I would say. So thank you for being so brief and concise. I know that you really have a lot to say, but now let me give the floor to Julia, and she will tell us about their prospects, about the capacity of Bukovina in terms of the agricultural industry development. Thank you for giving the floor to me. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear donors, dear foreign representatives. Today it's a great pleasure for me to represent Chernivtsi region, which uh, is the best in Ukraine, as all Bukovina residents think. Uh, and here we have the people who are very dedicated to their business, who are ready to bring very ambitious ideas into life. As far as fruit and vegetable products are concerned, of course, our region has the smallest share of agricultural lands per capita. But in spite of this, we've got great results in this field. First of all, we have villages that produce 12% of their whole agricultural products in Ukraine. We have the walnut export established, and the whole world knows about Bukovina in terms of walnuts because we have got very good climate and we have uh, staff who can work with walnut production. I can talk for hours about that, but I've got a surprise because I would like to show you a video about Chernivtsi region for you to have a feel of what Bukovina looks like. Unfortunately, there is no sound connected to the interpreter's channel, and the sound is too low for interpretation. So the information in brief is that there are about 200 enterprises dealing with fruit and vegetable production in Chernivtsi region. It's about apples, pears, raspberry, exported throughout the world to Europe and to the US. And all in all, this amounts to 550,000 tons of fruits and vegetables exported to other countries. Different berries are mentioned about among the products to be exported, and Chernivtsi region also has a good processing industry for fruits and vegetables. So I would like to also add a couple of words to the video. You have seen that we've got small farmers who don't have large land areas. Some larger farmers uh, also exist in Chernivtsi region and they deal with gardening, with production of fruit and vegetable, but they are very good in terms of cooperation. That's why we've got great samples of processing companies that can create large batches of different sorts of apples. And of course, the full-scale invasion, as all the military actions that started in 2014 introduced some changes, and everything that was supposed to be exported to the east was reoriented towards the west, and we had to help our farmers in this. But these farms, as I've mentioned, are small, and that's why they can really react very quickly to the changes and they can eradicate the sorts of fruits and vegetables that are not acceptable for the European, for the Western market, which means some flexibility. and this adds value to our market. Also, let me mention that our companies are also the leading ones in terms of processing organic products, and in particular, we can speak here about juices and export of juices. And I'm sure that we can also mention our experts. We have the company Cebulski Susedy, which have um, truly covered the whole area of Bukovina, and they promote their products that are produced in Chernivtsi region, and they do export to the European countries, to the EU member states. This is gastrotourism. I'm also sure that we can be talking about capacity for quite a time, but we could also mention some specific results which you have seen in the video, and I'm sure that this is just the beginning. Thank you. Thank you, Julia, and let me give the floor to Taras Bashtannik, Chairman of the Ukrainian Fruit and Vegetable Association. Good morning to everyone. Let me express my gratitude to you for the invitation, and let me characterize the prospects and the capacity of the region in terms of fruits and vegetable production. And let me also cover this information in the context of the overall European and global trends. So first of all, our region is characterized by very good climatic conditions for the production of fruits and vegetables. And you can invest a lot. You can do whatever you want, but suppose you don't have soil conditions and proper climate conditions, nothing will come of that. You know that bananas are grown in Ecuador and not in Romania or in any other country. So definitely there is a grain of truth in that. And to be more specific, let me mention one case when I visited Italy, some fruit and vegetable company. I went there actually several times. And there I was told that, okay, some sorts of apples are very popular in Europe, well paid, but suppose this sort is not suitable for the climate conditions in Ukraine, so why should you grow it in Ukraine? So what I mean is that we should be very careful about the right choice of cultures and crops and fruits and vegetables for our climate conditions. Point number two is water. So I would draw the attention of the regional and national authorities to the fact that you can see that climate changes are taking place and any fruits and vegetables require irrigation. So the issue of water is really important there. We should care about the availability of the water and its rational use. Ukraine, of course, is not exception. Water is a primary resource for the whole world. So we should be talking globally about proper conditions and the irrigation systems that are to be in place. This is my second point. And my third point is that suppose per capita we have smaller areas of land than in other areas, and that means that we definitely need to grow fruits and vegetables and not deal with some oil crops that require larger areas. The fourth point is about logistics. Unfortunately, in wartime, we have really felt that logistics is really good in our region, unlike some other neighboring countries and neighboring regions. So I think that um, the situation is rather good there, but there is always room for perfection. So I know that in Chernivtsi, region. They are dealing with a growing of Turkey, and they are exporting Turkey to the whole world. And this wouldn't be possible without optimal logistics, in particular marine one. If we're talking more specifically about some tips for processing as far as fruits and vegetables are concerned, so definitely we should be talking about basic freezing And this is something very relevant, and this is the tool that allows some room for cooperation. Uh, it's a good path to cooperate, to have a cooperative or at least cooperative capacities as far as primary processing and freezing is concerned. And when we are talking about some niche proposals like drying, classical drying, or sublimation, so this is another step which is very narrow. So I know that everything is not that simple there in the European market. And the 10 um, uh, area industry is something where we are lagging behind, so we should catch up with our neighbors. And of course, fresh products. Well, fresh products are something very important for us. And our fresh products exceed in terms of its share the frozen products, but there are additional specific requirements to the preservation of those fresh products. Thank you for attention. Let me give the floor now to Roman Korinets, Deputy Head of the Committee of Agribusiness Entrepreneurs at the Ukrainian UCCI. Thank you. I'm Deputy Head, not the head, yes. So, colleagues, let me go on with the topic Yulia started. I think that we are now talking about the reality and about the prospects for fruits and vegetables. So we are conscious of the fact that our prospects largely depend on our success and achievements on our European integration pathway. Last year, we had a meeting with the presidents of Copa Cogeca organization, which is the European Association of Agricultural Associations of Producers and Agricultural Cooperatives. And the president of this association said that, we want to hear from you. We don't know you that much. We want to understand what you're like, but we would like to hear just one voice. We want this agrarian voice to be uh, just one. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we don't have just one voice like French people do have. That's why our committee with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, which you're well aware of, is trying to do its best to create this one common voice. We are trying to perform the function of serving as a platform for uniting our agricultural producers. We want to have one common standpoint among our agricultural producers, agents of the processing industry, and some support industries. That's why one of the tasks of our committee, which includes, by the way, producers, manufacturers, scientists, processing agents, and other companies, and we want to have one common standpoint that would be united and that would be conveyed to the authorities, to our international partners as well. And the reality is as follows, in particular in the field of fruits and vegetables. We have a lot of controversial issues, to put it diplomatically, which involves some controversies between producers and processing companies or processing companies and trade networks. And that's why our committee has been long working and settling those controversial issues, in particular in terms of the relationship between suppliers and trade networks. We have an MP here, so you know probably that in Verkhovna Rada they have long been having this draft law for the coordination of the relationship between the suppliers and trade networks. It's a highly controversial issue. We can see different interests represented there, but we're trying to somehow coordinate those issues. And the same refers to the relationship between manufacturers and processing companies. In Europe, these relationships are very well regulated, and the profit along the whole marketing chain, including in the fruits and vegetable production industry, should be distributed on a fair basis or more or less equally. So we are having discussions with the authorities, with the ministry. Well, they hear us partially, or at least they pretend that they hear us. That's why I would encourage everyone, in particular the participants of this industry, to speak on that, to convey their messages to us, to our committee, because even in the processing industry, we have many associations, and even those associations cannot coordinate some issues between themselves. Another direction that highly affects the prospects of the market is European integration. We are trying to deal with informal diplomacy, and you probably know about our recent visit to Brussels, where the representatives of our committee and of the farmers of Ukraine were discussing different issues. We were trying to convey the messages on what is being done in Ukraine, because Ukraine is not just about agricultural holdings, it's also about the associations my neighbor has mentioned, small farmers. So it's important for us to show that we are different and not just to create a standard picture. That's why in our committee we do have this platform for cooperation. I'm encouraging chambers of commerce and industry to cooperation. We have field visits, we have different conferences and meetings. So I hope that this discussion will go on. Thank you, Roman, and let me give the floor to Victor, who will tell us about production of agricultural products in the territorial community of which he is the head, which is Klivkovets territorial community. So, dear participants of the forum, good morning to everyone. I'm really grateful for the invitation. I think that um, it has long been time for holding this forum, and finally we have it in our region, in Bukovina. I represent one of our territorial communities where one of the villages for decades has been dealing with vegetable production. This is the village of Prebekivci. Next slide, please. And there they grow almost all vegetables available. So first of all, this is cabbage of all possible sorts, like broccoli, ordinary cabbage, then early, late sorts of cabbage. So tomatoes of all sorts, hothouse tomatoes, pepper, rotunda, carrot, early carrot, then the carrot for preservation, onion, and the different sorts of onion. So, eggplants and almost all the vegetables. Why are people dealing with that? I will speak in figures now. In this village, we don't have a large land area, it's about 1,000 hectares, and almost everyone deals with vegetable growing, even pensioners. Actually, we have 900 farms, small farms, micro farms, or households dealing with growing. Why so? Because our village is located in such a position that we have the Dniester River to the three sides from it. The climate conditions are very good here, and my colleagues have already mentioned that it's no longer possible to grow vegetables without irrigation. So, starting with 1994, people have been arranging those irrigation systems, the cable system of irrigation. In 2002, when I became the head of our community, we um, put our collective farms in decay. We made them collapse, and we divided the land areas between our households. So each micro farm, has about 1 hectare. So it's not possible to deal with any technical crops or cereals. That's why they started dealing with vegetables. People are working with Biozaden, Ritzfixon, so they bring us seeds or plants and um, protection means for agents for crops. And it has already been mentioned that Peribygivci is the village that produces the most of our cabbage. So we have quite a lot. And Yulia has mentioned that the share of this village is 12% for cabbage, or to be more specifically, pak choi. But I would say that since now in Kherson they are not growing that, so this share in Ukraine is going to be about 50% for Chinese cabbage. And we are facing some problems because people could actually grow more. It's all about processing. The whole issue is in processing. So we are grateful to the A2B and Silpo networks, trade networks, which are taking the largest share of our products, and many of our entrepreneurs are also exporting our products to the markets of Zhytomyr, Kyiv. We work with the Shuvar market network. We have concluded an agreement, so and we also have a 10% discount for their stands for the stalls there in the market, which is a very good thing for us. That's why today we have more than 100 hothouses. We have got 92 vegetable storage facilities, 18 even contain fridges. And Ivan, the MP, has mentioned some figures of state support, but so far the state has not provided any support to vegetable growers. We haven't had any programs with subsidies, with financial support for vegetable producers. Well, there were some programs for horticulture, but there were no specific programs dedicated to vegetable growing. You have mentioned a program dedicated to hothouses, but please try to finish with your presentation and the Q&A will be at the end of our panel. Okay, so I would like to say that thanks to our people who at least don't have any barriers for growing vegetables, and also thanks to those who can take and buy these products from us, we keep going. Well, we are facing some challenges because um, people have some stock of carrot, onion left, and as a representative of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry has mentioned, there is a problem with the pricing policy. Suppose the producer receives about 30 or 40%, so those who are selling have 100%. So everything is clear about that. That's a real challenge. Thank you. Thank you. We are just pressed for time, and that's why let me invite our next speaker, which is Alexander Boyko, and he will speak about the structure of the Chumak company. He will speak about the plans, the processing processes, the challenges the company is facing. You're welcome. I hope you can hear me. So thank you for the invitation. Good morning to everyone, and it's my pleasure to present Chumak company. So we are really going to talk about the business of Chumak company only in the B2B section. And before the full-scale invasion, Chumak was processing about 100,000 tons of tomatoes per season and 1,000 tons of cucumbers per season. We were the only suppliers for McDonald's Ukraine, which means that when you went to McDonald's, you were eating only our vegetables, and I hope that you're very much satisfied with that. Now, Chumak company is included into the international group of companies, which actually includes more than 100 companies globally. Our production capacities, unfortunately, are located in the temporarily occupied territories, and that's why we have to work on the outsourcing terms, but life goes on. We are not waiting for the victory to come to start operating. We are moving on even now. And we are not talking about relocation of our production capacities, but we are thinking about some other locations for placing the equipment for processing. And as my colleagues have mentioned, in particular Taras, so the the society has always been facing the question, what came first, the hen or an egg? And of course, we have raw materials and we have the processing companies. So to understand the depths of this problem, we need to mention that we have um, 50 hectares of land that requires irrigation. And we are talking here about 5 or 6 thousand hectares of land. But it's not possible to grow vegetables if we're not at the same time developing their melioration or irrigation system. Yes, we have really um, been deprived of the possibility to use the left bank of Kherson. And the Kakhovka area was one of the largest areas in Europe that really provided vegetables to about 700,000 people, and their capacity was about 1 million. But now, luckily, the other areas of Ukraine have the so-called night of the right to the pre-marriage night, first marriage night. So what I mean is that there are all opportunities for their development, and I know what investors think about that. We are not working for external producers because we are a rather powerful company, but we choose. While investors are choosing the location, they are looking primarily at the raw materials, and we hope that Chernivtsi region is also moving in the right direction, and that in the future we will be able to consider your region as the region where we would locate our processing capacities. And I'm talking not only about tomatoes, but about cucumbers as well. And Chumak has never been dealing with tomato pasta paste. We have been using it only for our own purposes, and we are not buying tomato paste abroad. And since now we don't have processing capacity, we are supporting domestic producers of tomato paste, but we feel that there is some shortage in this industry in terms of growing and processing of tomatoes. But we consider that it to be a very promising industry. So thank you, the dear organizers, for touching upon this topic, because I'm sure we will find great solutions.
There is a video we will show it closer to the end of the session. And now I would like to give floor to Nikita Bortnik, Manager of Finished Products of PSFE Interagrocom. Unfortunately, there is no sound. Interpreters cannot hear the speaker. Interpreters can still hear the sound. Unfortunately, there is no sound. Nikita, and I know that you have a video of your company, so please show the video. Now I would like to give floor to Irina, who will speak about the possibilities to sell agro products. And she is the manager of Auchan hypermarket. Unfortunately, we cannot hear the sound again. Thank you, Irina. We still have several minutes for Q&A session. And now I would like to give floor to our audience. Perhaps you have some questions to our speakers. Thank you. Dear participants of the panels, that was a pleasure to listen to you. And I have several questions, first of all, to Igor Petrovich. You are not only the person involved in development of legislation, but how do you see the development of the investment policy in the nearest future? We now all understand that the war will not be over tomorrow. And what steps should be made by the government, by executive authorities, just to improve the investment situation in Ukraine? And I have one more question to Yulia Hrytsko-Andriesh. Thank you for your speech, for your presentation. And I would like to start the dialogue with your entity. And I'd like to ask about that part of the Ukrainian economy, which is very powerful in terms of entering Western markets. What do you think about significant investment and the permanent dialogue that we need? And I would also like to ask Alexander Poyka, a representative or Chumak. I would like to discuss to you uh, the possible steps of our institution to support you as a future investor. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Ivanovich, for your questions. You see, the key task of the state, of the government nowadays is to increase exponentially the part of processing industry for the gross domestic product of Ukraine. And this task can be delegated to the regional level, regional GDP. And this is important for all levels of the Ukrainian economy. Now, some numbers for better understanding. Before the full-scale invasion, the share of the processing sector in our GDP was at the level 10.3%. And now, according to our assessment, it is at the level of 8%. To compare, the countries of the OECD countries, this is the club of rich countries, and there the minimal part in the structure of the GDP for the processing industry. Like in Poland, it's around 18%, in Slovakia, 19%, in Turkey, 20%. For OECD, 20% is normal benchmark. So you can just imagine what colossal efforts we should take together. And now to step aside a bit from this topic, because this is very important, because that's why I'm here today. What I like when we are discussing with you the issue of blue oceans. This is organic products. So please grow dynamic products. Please develop biodynamics. Differentiate your products. And the level of organic products in the market is around $100 billion. and the growth is around 10% annually. But it is very sad for me to hear that your main focus is on the production of organic apple concentrate that you sell to Poland, and then Poland manufactures juices from it, increasing added value in 2 times and sells this to our European and American partners. This is not to reprimand you, but I'd like to be honest here. In Ukraine, today we have the best in all our history and also one of the best investment law that envisages grants minimum interests to attract funds. If you don't know about this, please refer to us. We do not want to produce only grain for Europe. We don't want to have the bread as our main focus. We want to become the productive center of Europe and the world in general. That's why I'd like to offer you to exchange contacts, just to establish dialogue and to move our history forward. And this is also about other processing areas. As for Ukraine Invest, you see, and I'm very positive about what I'm going to say now. Thanks to the contribution of Sergei Tsevchuk, your contribution in the cooperation with the Ministry of Economy, with Vitaly Kondratyev, we have created the inter-engineer cross-functional team. And we don't only face the problem of interaction of regions in our country, but also there is the problem with the interaction of the state bodies. And if we can make this team work efficiently, we will be able to achieve all the indicators that I have already mentioned, and this is our main objective. Thank you. Now, I would like to give floor to Ms. Hrytsko Andriash. Thank you very much for proposal in terms of cooperation. I will provide this information to my management. But this is also the general vision of all leadership of our region and at all levels, starting with administration to the smallest community. The Chernivtsi region, starting with the full-scale invasion, was not that good covered in mass media because of the great number of men who were trying to cross the border to avoid serving in the army, like draft dodgers. And on the 19th of April, we are going to organize the huge forum of donors to improve the border infrastructure. There are two key border crossing points that are awaiting to be improved to improve the goods turnover, and also at the regional level with the cooperation, and we can improve the situation. There were rallies of farmers, but we were able to solve that quite quickly to allow big trucks to cross the border. Thank you very much. Of course, we're happy to cooperate with you, and I think with our joint efforts, we'll be able to overcome all barriers. Thank you. Mr. Boyke, are there any prospects of having the facilities of your enterprise in the Chernivtsi region? I do understand your interest. They've already mentioned. We are interested in proper raw material base. If there is there, we are happy to be there. And I'd like to know that in Kakhovka, with the rather well-developed irrigation system, and the Kakhovka district was on the first place in the south of Ukraine in terms of drip irrigation of lands. But anyway, we saw the lack of tomatoes. This is the raw material for us. And our company, Chumak, started with the production of tomatoes, and then we switched to processing. That's why we do understand the importance of raw material. And here we should mention the state support. And here there is still room for the improvement. So the possibility there, but we need raw material to work in your region, and this is quite a difficult process. And we, as the business, should understand that there will not be only the return on investment, but we also could earn money. This is cynical, but this is realistic. So please show us that you have the proper irrigation systems, and we are ready to consider your offer to be here. Thank you. And Irina Vostak raised the issue of asparagus, and this is a very interesting product, which is really extremely popular in Europe, in the whole world. And I have a question to Victor Dron, or perhaps to Yulia Hrydzuk, Audrish. Do you grow asparagus? And no, not yet. We don't grow asparagus in Klishkovets. And we should also think about the price policy, how we can sell asparagus. The producers, the growers, should have at least some minimal prospects. And the price policy is much better than for carrots or potatoes, because last year it was it was 180 hryvnias for 450 grams, and for carrots it's up to 20 in a ideal situation, but shop chains they pay even less. That's why I recommend you to focus on these products because you visit new lands once per 8-10 years, and you don't need to soar every year. I'd like to also respond to this asparagus offer. 180 hryvnias for 450 grams in retail is not what the producers, the growers get. You should divide this in two or even in 2.5. And 10 hryvnias per kilo in carrots, but we can compare the amount of consumers of carrot and asparagus in Ukraine. And also the yield of carrot is more, around 100 tons, but for asparagus is 3-4. Don't read on the web for 10. You can ask Jennifer Lanne, Luxembourg Ashan, about the yield. But this is also an economic issue, and when it comes to organic, perhaps it's there for concentrates and not for berries. We can discuss it later. So we can calculate everything. It's rather easy. As for statistics, we don't have asparagus producers, so we need quite a significant lands because it requires 8 years for cultivation. There is some caveats, and also the manual labor, the share is rather large. And that's why it is not produced here. And also the climate conditions and also the crops, because the Chernivtsi Oblast is good for vegetables, for orchards, and Zhytomyr, Vinnytsia Oblast are better for asparagus. Great. And the next question. With climate changes, the production of some types of agro produce could be relocated to Chernivtsi region, like grapes, tomatoes, peaches, apricots. And as for bananas, And yeah, also, there is a banana farm in Ukraine. It's not like commercial plantation, but I know that bananas are cultivated in Ukraine. If you allow, I'd like to say about grapes, because I'm the author of the reform which is related to craft winemaking. I'd like to say that the climate is for us in Ukraine. My colleagues from France and Italy are complained about drier and hotter weather conditions, and around Bakhmut. If you've been there, you know that the part of Bakhmut is in Chernivtsi Oblast, and there's the Burgundia climate. And I think that we can grow technical grapes there in that region to produce wine. As for other crops, we have professionals here to respond. I'd like to add, the Chernivtsi region has its crops. These are apples, pears that have been historically cultivated there and have been exported to Europe. And this could be our regional product, which is more important. There are climate changes, there are changes in crops, there are changes in farm practices just to respond to this climate change. There are changes in variety, but we have our own domestic products. As for climate changes, and also, and to my opinion, and the colleagues from the Horticulture Academy that have been analyzing the situation starting with the 1930s, this is not the issue of drier weather conditions or hotter weather conditions. It is now more difficult to predict the precipitation, like rain, snow, and it is impossible now to anticipate these changes, and it is more difficult to plan. And we have the modern the selection, and also its help to find some varieties, hybrids for every microzone, and this is a significant advantage. Well then, do we have any more questions from our audience? The head of the association, Ukrstatprom. And those people who are here today know me and know our association. And on behalf of them, I would like to thank the Agrarian Committee for your work, both in terms of legislation, in terms of decrees. These are modern, contemporary legislative activities, and we, the gardeners, support this. But I have questions. In particular, I have a question to Viktor Dron. We have the Greenhouse Grant Program, and you know that over almost 2 years, out of 1,000 greenhouses, the positive solution is for to 20 plus, and only 10 have been constructed. So this is only 1% for implementing the state greenhouse product, no more than 10% in terms of horticulture. And I have a question to you, Mr. Androne, the head of territorial community. What is the reason for that? Thank you. Yes, the program on developing greenhouses is there. But if you listen to me carefully, we have a hectare, 1.5 hectares of land. And what are the conditions? If there is the grant provided, 30 persons should be hired in this case. Would you hire 30 workers for 1 hectare? And what will be with the net price of the product?
So I think it's not okay to have 10 per hectare. It's actually 15 per hectare, so it's too much. Do you realize what the prime cost will be for this products that are produced in house hot houses? I can already see a problem, and I'm really encouraging the regional authorities to join us and to join the representatives of the Agrarian Committee who will come. And by the way, today in one of the panels, we will have Taras Wysotsky, Alexandra Haidu, the head of the committee. These are very progressive people. So let's talk together. Let's have a roundtable discussion of all those issues because we cannot create ideal laws. We rely on something. We are guided by some global criteria and indicators. And suppose something doesn't work, provide your feedback because without your feedback, no ideal law will come. Good. So let me sum it all up. We are talking about grants, about state support, about incentives, but here I would like to mention one thing. We have achieved what we have got now with minimum support. And we are facing the risk that the whole Europe and the whole world are facing now because all agricultural producers are trying to find grants and they are producing goods only for the sake of getting support from the state because it's easier for them to grow something and get some subsidies for that. That is a path into nowhere, into the dead end, and the whole Europe is facing this problem. And when we are discussing the capacity of Ukraine, the capacity of Chernivtsi region, we can see why farmers in Europe are on strike because the explanation is very trivial. They just see what the scope of our markets and our capacities is. I would say that these are a little bit different things. These are not subsidies, these are grants. Yes, I understand this. They are accustomed to getting support from the state, while in Ukraine, producers and manufacturers have not been fully reliant on the state. Unfortunately, we haven't got any state support. And we are used to doing everything at our own expense and the expense of private investors. We don't have any support. I'm sorry for that, but that's what our reality is like. Julia, please take the mic. Well, our farmers don't have support from the state. They don't have subsidies and grants, but they have achieved a lot of things, and that is what European farmers are scared of. I would still urge our farmers to apply for support. Yes, it's about a lot of commitments and responsibilities. They have to pay taxes, but that is a great incentive, and without that, we are not going to grow. Just let yourself dream and grow, and I'm sure that we will have even greater achievements. Thank you, Taras. Well, to be frank, let me tell you the following. Financial support for fruit and vegetable industry, in particular nut growing, is larger in Ukraine than in Western Europe, and this is good. I have participated in intergovernmental negotiations between Poland and Ukraine. It was several weeks ago. Maybe you saw it on the news. The Deputy Prime Minister of Poland participated in that negotiations, and that looked rather strange. But last week in Vilnius, we had a trilateral negotiation. So they are mostly talking about grain, about apple concentrate, and about raspberry, but they are not talking about any other fruits and vegetables. And as far as berries and grain are concerned, well, they just pretend that they don't understand that Ukraine is not dictating the prices of the global grain. what kind of dictator could we have in the face of Ukraine if it's just 6% of the global production? And we have Poland, Bosnia, Serbia, and Morocco, which are also great producers, large producers of grain. Just it coincided with the low global prices, and that's why they are urging for subsidies. Well, for it's 80 euros for a ton of corn. That's what they have now received. I wonder whether this is really helpful. Dear colleagues, we have focused on specific crops, but we are talking about the reality and about the prospects of the market yet. So what are these prospects related to, and how do Europeans work? They have great infrastructure for small farmers in Poland, or let's just take any other European country, because the market is not just about production, but about making these goods reach the end users. And in Ukraine, we don't have the infrastructure for that. This is the major challenge, and we need to invest into that infrastructure. Europeans invest into research and science because it's also about their success of farmers. What kind of varieties are we buying? We are buying them from Europe, which means that we are um, giving money to the seed producers in Europe and not in Ukraine. The food service in Europe, it's also about investment into the competitive capacity of Europe. So we need to be talking about that. We need to have this investment chain along the whole market chain. We have already produced a lot of some varieties of berries, and what has happened to it? Nothing came of it. So need to be talking about the market capacity of the internal market and about encouraging this capacity. We cannot be producing many products because our domestic market is really small. And I think that everybody could agree with me. We need to deal with export. And suppose Europeans are stimulating local producers, and we don't have the necessary legislation in place. So when we're talking about the prospects of our fruit and vegetable market, we should also discuss those components. Otherwise, if we produce a lot and we export just a little, or just raw materials, this would mean that added value is left there in Europe or in other countries. And if we invest into their seeds, we also leave added value there because the kilogram of seeds costs much more, several hundred times more than the kilogram of, let's say, tomatoes. It's a very broad topic, but we need to bear this in mind while we are talking about prospects. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this effective discussion. And there are 2 points there. First of all, we are now discussing the strategy for development of micro and small business. So we will take those points into account while redeveloping the legislation dedicated to small business. We do realize that we need the infrastructure in place. We need the simplified taxation system. We will introduce some transformations there. Secondly, you have mentioned the domestic market, and you're right, we need to increase internal domestic consumption, but the state could join in the promotion of our products in the external markets. They could create better, favorable conditions for Ukrainian producers abroad, for them to be able to open up new markets for Ukrainian products. Thank you. We still have several minutes, and Victor, let me ask you the following. You have mentioned Silpo at the back, but you have not mentioned Ashan trade network. So what are the problems with supplying agricultural produce to trade networks? What are their requirements, and what are the barriers on the way of Ukrainian producers? Let me mention the following. You all realize that vegetables are there, and we produce vegetables only for our domestic uh, consumers, but some areas have been deserted, and in the east, where about 70% of vegetables were supplied to end users, these areas unfortunately are no longer there. So the market has narrowed down, and let me also express one of my wishes. It's related to Ihor. In the room, somebody mentioned the problem of construction. Why is there no construction of hot houses? Maybe the policy is wrong in that field. And what has been done over the period of 20 years in the field of vegetable growing? What kind of state support has been there? Thank you. Ihor, your comment? As far as export is concerned, well, I'm sorry for that, but Morocco, and I think that Taras will correct me if I'm wrong. So Morocco supplies fresh raspberry to Europe. It's one of the largest producers, suppliers of blueberries and of raspberries, right? So we're not talking about export of berries, fruits, and vegetables. So we are in peace, but we are still more or less aware of what you're talking about. But we are talking here mostly about processing, and I was trying to mention some figures to you to represent the situation, and also we need to communicate in order to correct, to make amendments in our legislation. And, you know, 7 million for hot houses, then 400,000, if I'm not mistaken, for hectare, then 579 program. There have never been such crediting rates. 25%, a 25% discount for equipment for agriculture produced by Ukrainian manufacturers. So there are a lot of things, a lot of opportunities. So just take the money and let's develop our Ukrainian agriculture. Yeah, we are about to wrap up our discussion. We will still have informal discussion during coffee but break, but I would also like to hear Irina's comment. Yeah, I would like to say that we can see some overall trends to have packaged products. And the field there is immense. You can create high quality products and those pack those products, and you know that import is on the rise. It has reached its peak. So please do address us. We will clearly inform you what we lack and we will arrange some cooperation. So the main thing is high quality and certification, and we will support you. Well, colleagues, I would just like to add a couple of words. I think that, you see, we are having a great discussion. So my suggestion uh, for local authorities is that together with Ukrinvest, we could make this forum a regular forum, and that would mean that we meet in April next year. Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear speakers, for great presentations. Thank you for a great discussion. I'm really happy about it and satisfied with this discussion. And to wrap up, let us watch the video of the Chumak company. Welcome to Chumak, the company that has been in the market for 25 years. No sound connection. So it's about the products of Ukrainian origin, high value technologies and equipment, and modern technologies which allow to produce goods with no use of preserving agents. And about the process of doing the packaging. Unfortunately, this sound does not allow to do full interpretation of the text. Also about the importance of security issues in the food processing industry, and the video says that Chumak company is very careful about following safety precautions. New production capacities for spaghetti production have been launched, and the figures are voiced. The scope of production has increased several times, and this can really be felt. Starting with 2017, the revenues of the company and the turnover of products have been constantly increasing. We also have started participated in some international forums and international platforms, which means that we are reaching the new stage of our development. We've got new commodity items, and in spite of their global crisis of 2020, we have increased sales in as compared with 2019. And the final part of the video is about reaching new heights. Now it's about the beginning of cooperation with Orkla Foods company, and there is some statistical data about the years when Chumak brand started producing certain varieties of spaghetti and became the most expensive brand in Ukraine. In particular, it was the year 2011. So Chumak, 25 years of history from farm to start. And finally, let me address our foreign investors who are staying online with us. Let me invite you to invest into the deep processing in Ukraine, because our agro products will be represented not just in Europe but throughout the world. Thank you, dear participants, dear facilitator, for very interesting presentations and information. We really have got favorable conditions for expanding the scope of our production, and we can create added value through attraction of investment into our processing. And let me express once again our gratitude to our panelists. And here are some products as gifts for you. And thank you. And we will have a short coffee break. So we start at 12:25. We are back here in this room in 25 minutes. Thank you. So, dear participants of the forum, in a minute we're going to start our second panel discussion, which will be dedicated to the investment in innovative processing of fruit and vegetable products. But in a moment, you're going to watch a video. So please watch the screen. Thank you. So let's start our second panel discussion dedicated to investment in innovative processing of fruit and vegetable products. And let me introduce the facilitator, Serhiy Tsivkach, managing partner in Ukraine, Chicago Atlantic Trident. Over to you. I hope you can hear me well. So welcome to everyone, and thanks for staying for our second panel discussion. We are still going to have the third panel discussion, and it's important for us to discuss all important issues today because we don't quite often have such gatherings where we can discuss this topic. Let's use the occasion. And by the way, I would ask the speakers who are staying with us online to join us here at the stage for this panel. So we are going to talk about the role of the government of Ukraine in terms of contributing to the investment into the processing of fruit and vegetable products. And let me invite Taras Vysotsky, First Deputy Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine, to take the floor with his presentation. Taras, are you with us? Yes. Good afternoon, Serhiy. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I'm really sorry that I'm not staying with you in the format of physical presence. I actually intended to join you, but it so happened that we have got many different level events today, so I failed to come to Chernivtsi. I have to participate in those meetings and I have to be physically present in Kiev. That's why I can only join you online. But at the same time, let me mention that I'm very happy that technologies now allow us to join different conferences online because I really want to participate in this discussion. Let me focus on several directions that are important in the context of the topic of our panel discussion in terms of investment into the innovative processing of fruit and vegetable products. I would start with describing the market. I'm sure that in the first panel discussion, you covered different issues related to the market, but let me mention once again that when we are talking about processing fruit and vegetable products, we have to outline at least several directions where we can sell those products. We can see the imports replacement and increasing share of this um, category of products in the domestic market. But at the same time, it's important to mention that we've got free access from the point of view of quotas and duties to the European market. Yes, we have had a lot of discussions related to fruit and vegetable, and you mentioned today juices and raspberries, which were also subject to our discussions with our European partners. But in the final decision that has been a political decision that is being finalized in the legal format, this is the decision about free trade with the European Union after June the 1st, with no quotas. And actually, there are no exceptions in that new policy about fruit and vegetables, which makes us feel assured that we can really deal with selling of those products in the market, which is a very large one, the European one. Of course, the European market is highly demanding and competitive, But at the same time, that's a very good signal for us, showing that we may continue implementation of the policy that we have started implementing, and we can also take new investment in this processing direction. Let me remind you that since 2022, the government of Ukraine has launched a program of grants for processing, including processing of fruits and vegetables. And the amount of those grants is up to 8 million hryvnias. This is the amount that the state can compensate, which will be up to 50% of the costs of processing. And this program will keep functioning this year in 2024. You know that Ostrad Bank is engaged in the process, and you can find the information about the samples of business plans. It's in public access in DIA portal, and we can see that people are using this information. And I'm just encouraging those who have not yet used this information, please make sure that you use the occasion. Also, we realized that we should be working with the segment of micro and small business because 8 million hryvnias, this amount can be divided into smaller grants. But if we are talking about the segment of larger farms where we need more investment, it's really important that while we are talking about processing, in particular processing of fruit and vegetable products, since autumn 2023, there has been a program, a government program, which is also currently functioning. And under this program, you can get beneficial crediting within the 579 program. And while the restriction for the program overall is 60 million hryvnias, but for the processing purposes, in particular for fruit and vegetable product processing, the limit is 150 million hryvnias, which is twice higher than the overall crediting limit. And this actually stresses the fact that the government treats the processing industry as an important industry, and thus it creates preferential conditions for processing agents and companies. I can also state that we will have our third panel dedicated to financing instruments, and I guess that you will discuss financial tools, but remember that you have this opportunity. You can use both state-owned banks and commercial banks, and the program is really functioning very effectively. That's just in brief, taken into account the time limits and the number of our panelists. And I would also like to stress that within the Ukraine facility, which is the tool you have all heard about, this is the tool approved by the European Union. And within this tool, we have a pillar of 8 billion hryvnias for business support via credits, via guarantees, and among other industries, it is mentioned that the processing industry is one of the priorities, including processing of fruit and vegetable products. This is the program for 4 years. I mean, Ukraine facility, starting with 2024. So in the nearest future, most probably in the summertime, we will have more descriptive details on how it would be possible to use those programs within Ukraine facility for business development. But what can already be done now is the following. We need to already develop business plans and projects for processing companies. That's why we would urge you not to be waiting until summer. Suppose you've got an idea, suppose you've got the understanding of the situation, start developing your business plans, because our practice shows us that it takes quite a lot of time to develop the business plans, which is always the responsibility of the applicant. So please move on in this direction. So if we focus on the processing direction, and I think that today we will still discuss um, all those issues both within this panel and after this panel.
Turn on the mic, please. Okay, it's on now. Thank you very much for your speech, for your work, for supporting businesses. Of course, a lot still should be done, but this is very important that all of us are moving forward. Now I'd like to present our speakers who are here with us and also those who are online. Namely, we have Tatiana Chuzha, Business Development Management, Polish Investment and Trade Agency, PAIH. This is the part of Ukraine Invest, and Ukraine Invest involves actually the investments in Ukraine, and PAIH works with the same, but at the world level. We also have with us Vyacheslav Todosichuk, founder of the Forum Prima. Good afternoon. And also Vadim Kuzminsky, CEO, EFT Group. We would also like to welcome you. Please give the round of applause to welcome our speakers. And also online with us today, Rainer Perauer, CEO, German-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, Vasil Rozman could not join us today, but we have a great video about the business of his company, and we will watch it. And let's start discussing investments now. What is the most important here, money or projects? Perhaps when we have the synergy of money and projects, we can achieve a result, because it cannot work otherwise. Do we have money? We have money. We have different programs like Ukraine Facilities, which is the European program, 50 billion euros, including 7.5 focused on the business development and investments. And according to the assessment of the Ministry of Economy, it can attract up to 30 billion dollars and euro, and the exchange rate is almost the same now, to develop investment business in Ukraine. Is it enough? It is not enough for recovery construction, but this is like more than enough for the project that we can have in Ukraine. We should develop in this area. We have grant programs. Something that the businesses should not rely upon all the time. This can be a supportive tool, but they should work with investments just to ensure long-term development. What investments funds do we have? The private equity, how they're called in the world. These are the investments of the private capital in Ukraine when the financial investor joins the company to help in the development. This market is not that well developed in Ukraine. We have around 2, 3 such entities that we know, and we can see new companies. One of the companies is Chicago Atlantic. This is the American company that was founded in the United States with the headquarters and offices in Chicago and Miami. Their projects reaching 2.5 billion US dollars, and they have already started building strategy in Ukraine to register private equity and to use it in the companies. And I was honored to join them in December 2023. And now we are actively looking for the projects that we could invest. I would like to shortly share our proposal, and then we get to the projects to understand the investments, and then we will try to understand how we can achieve the common result. Please show my presentation. The next slide, please. Our firm was founded in the US, the investment company, and the company has 5 private funds at different markets in the United States in particular, and mostly. And one of the funds is located in Nasdaq exchange rate, and this is a real estate investment trust. So this is where the investors are involved to own a real estate in a specific country, and namely in our case, this is the United States. In the investment company, we also have over 500 active relationships, different institutions, other companies, family offices who trust the structure and constantly invest in it. The next slide, please. What are the plans of the Chicago Atlantic in Ukraine? This is the real estate investment fund of 3 types. The first one is affordable housing, for us to have quality product at the level for our defenders, for people who work in Ukraine to get access to affordable housing. This is also logistics. And we're talking about warehouses, private premises, not roads, not bridges. And this could be dry boards, agro, logistics, everything which is involved in business activities, and also industrial projects. So what do we mean here? These are factories, enterprises, and these sectors create added value, new jobs. This is not a speculative investment. When we buy an enterprise and sell, we are interested in investing enterprises that are developed and created. So we have the impact investment strategy. These are the investments having a social impact, but at the same time, they get revenue. The next slide, please. What projects can we consider in these 3 sectors with our investment up to $40 million per project? But our investment cannot be more than 49% according to the investment criteria. Why is it so? Because for us, it is very important to preserve our status, because we don't want to manage the business. For us, it is very important to have entrepreneurs who know well what they do. We're just the investor that invests funds into the project. If we can invest up to $40 million, then these projects can go up to $80 million per one enterprise, logistics hub, or similar projects. The next slide, please. What do we need to understand about the company when we are considering the possibility to invest in it? Private equity investors, they'd like to see the existing successful company. And of course, we understand that during the war, the company could face some challenges with its activities, but generally, we're looking for a team who is well aware of how to work. We're looking for efficient structure and the team that understands how to sell and how to work with the possible investments. This is the corporate management. Taxes, we of course will look at what is the revenue of the company. These are the official salaries, no gray schemes here. This is a very important element. Since we're a portfolio investor, we're a financial investor, for us it is very important to get the specific proposal from a company. We get a lot of proposals for 5 slides in PowerPoint. Here we are going to have a factory. We would like to produce this product, but we are interested in feasibility study for the specific company. We are interested in finding the specific marketing plan. For us, it is very important to understand what team will be involved in this project. We are also interested in analytical review of the market. for us to understand this is not kind of a blind activity, that the company knows how to sell its products. And in parallel, we also need the financial models of the project. How much money is needed, when the money is needed, what is the investment plan, what is the return on investment plans, and profitability, the whole financial structure in a nutshell. And for us, it is very important to see the availability of the permissions. And so we offer money, and the partners should provide permissions, the existence, the land plan, plot. These are all the tasks of the company who wants to get investments from us. For us, it is also important to understand what is your financial resource. Do you have a credit line? Are you going to invest your part on your own? Are you going to use some grants? All these elements are very important for us to understand if this project is feasible for the objective of our investment company. As I've already mentioned, there are several investment scenarios that I'd like to present today. We can cover up to 49% of equity investment. The first option is lease to own. This is the lease with the right to buy the project. So we invest a part of the project, the half of the project of our partner, and our partner pays leasing payments during a specific period of time, like 5, 7 years, and then our partner gets the possibility to buy this part, to be the sole owner if they want. If they want to continue cooperation with us, the company could sign a leasing agreement for 10 years or even longer. The next slide, please. Turnkey solution. What is this? This is in cases when a company knows that it needs an enterprise for its activities or some new warehouse, but it doesn't plan to invest its own money. There is such a model. There are companies that only lease such facilities. Before that, I mentioned that we can invest up to 49%, but this scenario offers 100% equity investment. In this case, the company says that they don't plan to invest, and but they also have some plans for the revenue of company before tax payment, and they can sign with us the long-term leasing agreement, and then we can find a partner, a Ukrainian developer or investor or a foreign one, and we together with this partner will construct the needed facility, and then it will be leased for a long period to a producer, also with the possibility to buy it. The next slide, please. And this part is related to affordable housing development. This is the same approach, up to 49% of investment, up to $40 million US. And it is very important to cooperate here with the quality Ukrainian developers. For us, it is very important to get information about the history of developer in terms of constructed buildings and the exploitation, the plans, etc. These are the criteria for this scenario. The next slide, please. This is the executive team. And the next slide, please. These are my contact details. The managing team is very powerful in the United States. We're preparing to have the same team in Ukraine. We have an advisory board. The president of the World Bank, David Malkus, has joined us, who was the head of the World Bank up to 2023. Since 2019, and the former officials from IFC, other international financial organizations have joined us. So these people who have great experience in investing, and here we will be able to get directly to monitoring the situation in Ukraine to find the companies that want to partner with us. What I can say in the conclusion, we have the resources, and now we need to get to the next stage to understand where we can invest them, what projects are the best and the most stable. And just about Chicago Atlantic, we will try to ensure every industrial object we are going to invest in against the war and political risks. And this is a significant advantage for the partners we are going to work with. And now I would like to give floor to Rainer Perau. Rainer Perau is the CEO of the German-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. And I would like to ask Rainer, and also I would like to say and to thank Rainer and all the colleagues for supporting the development of business in Ukraine. And today we are discussing agro products. That's why I would like to ask Rainer, what is the vision of the German business in terms of the producing of agro products, in particular fruits and vegetables in Ukraine? What is an appetite to this type of investment? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for introducing me so kindly. I would like to just briefly introduce our organization. Sorry, I'm here in a place that is just becoming a bit noisy. I'd like to briefly present our organization to you. The German Chamber of Industry and Commerce is a German foreign trade promotion entity and also an investment promotion entity. So we are actually partly financed by the German Ministry of Economics and Climate Action. This is combined in Germany, given the importance of climate action and its relation to business. And it is our task as a trade promotion entity here to help German companies trade with Ukraine, help German companies invest in Ukraine, and also the other way around. We help Ukrainian companies in Germany and by trading with Germany and also investing in Germany. I have compiled a few slides on this, and now I want to try to share them here. What is this? So I hope you can see this. So this is us, really, the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. We're a membership organization for German and Ukrainian companies. As I said, partly funded by the German government. We are also a service provider for German and Ukrainian companies. And belonging to this topic here, we have a committee on agriculture that is, of course, open to Ukrainian companies of this fruit and vegetable sector. Now, I myself cannot speak on behalf of the Germany, the German industry that is concerned with fruit and vegetables, but I do have a connection to the Federation of German Food and Drink Industries, and they have a part of their membership, obviously, is the food and vegetable processing industry. And I was going to give you a short overview on what we have here, where we stand with the German food processing industry. What you see is the percentage of this sector with regard to German business or the German economy as a whole. You can see that it's about a tenth of the German economy is actually within food processing. It is a sector that has around 6,000 companies, as you can see here on this data sheet, which I'm happy, of course, to share. You can, of course, get all this presentation. And when you look at this slide, you can see on the right, you can see processed fruit and vegetables. That's 5.8% of this sector. And given the size of the German economy, of course, we're talking here about an economy for 80 million consumers. of course, this is a very sizable subsector of the economy. And of course, like every sector in the German economy, here another overview about the number of employees. It is growing, this sector in Germany, and it employs around 640,000 people. Yeah, as I said, the Bundesverband der deutschen Ernährungsindustrie, the German Food Processing Association, they represent the interests of these companies. These companies, many of them are, of course, potentially interested in doing business in Ukraine, as are many German companies. Of course, there is an advantage to transferring production or entering foreign markets and investing into them. And one of the advantages, of course, being closer to the production of food. And in this regard, of course, Ukraine is very high on the agenda of German companies. And I've added this here to my presentation for all interested parties, when there is the question of where to find the companies or how to get access to the German companies within fruit, vegetable processing, or food processing as a whole. This German association would be a point of contact. And of course, we as the German Chamber of Commerce will also gladly assist this process. Now, Sergey, you have talked a lot about financing, and financing is, of course, a huge issue. I would, of course, I would add a few other things and probably focus on number 3 here, finance and risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is, of course, seen from a Western European German standpoint, one of the key issues really for considering investment in Ukraine. And we in Germany, we have a scheme for this, an insurance scheme that is provided by the German government, or more specifically by the German Ministry of Economics. They provide a risk insurance also against war risks. However, I have not seen or I have not heard of an investment project or a plan or a calculation by interested companies so far. I hope we can change this, and I hope that that our discussion today and the conference today will contribute to this development. I will gladly share this presentation, and I will be glad for anyone who wants to take contact to me or the German Chamber of Industry, German Ukrainian Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Say that's it from my side. I'm of course happy also to take questions.
Thank you very much. You can see the numbers, 285 billion euro. This is only about this sector in Germany. It is even cannot be compared to what we have in Ukraine. But we could strive at least to be closer to the number. As for the projects, I can confirm that the Ministry of Economy of Germany actively offers insurance for the investment projects in Ukraine, but only for German companies. And we have seen several such cases even after the full-scale invasion started. And this could be also an opportunity for you if you have a German partner and in a agrarian sector, you have a unique contact point. You should actively cooperate with them, because the German businesses can understand that there are some prospects in Ukraine. But when it comes to turnover, to their sales on the high level, they don't have enough time just to find you. So please contact them. You can contact association and actually Mr. Purao, Olga, who also represent the association. We can make your proposals to develop some joint programs. And after you have the completed developed project, you actually have more possibilities for cooperation, and you got all the contacts, Rainer. And I would like to ask you to postpone the questions to the Q&A session after the panel, if you have time. And now I would also like to get to BAIC, Tatiana Chuzha, which is the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. As I've already mentioned, you are very active in Ukraine. We are very thankful to you for this, and would like to learn about updates from you, what proposals you have for both Ukrainian and Polish businesses, how we can ensure efficient communication. Because first of all, such communication could bring to minimum to minimize the situation that we can have now on the border. We understand that there are some populists who say that the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine does not work to support Poland, but to support Ukraine. So the more joint projects we have, the more active we are in our cooperation, the less room there will be for those people who are just populists and try to use this situation for them. What are the prospects of work now with the Ukrainian businesses? Yes, contacts and informations, this is our focus. You have the robust financial tools. We have more soft tools. These are contacts, communication, and this is our focus. And that's how we develop the cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. At the beginning, just a few words about our organization, and thank you very much for the introduction. But now I'd like to provide more information about us, and I have a presentation for this. As it has already been mentioned today, we are a parallel organization for the Ukraine Invest, and we provide services to foreign investors in Poland, and also we support Polish investors in Ukraine. And we also have one more important domain. This is the support of experts of Polish companies abroad. The next slide, please. We are a part of the Polish Development Fund. The next slide. Foundation. The next slide, please. And in this foundation, we have other tools to support entrepreneurs. This is the Corporation of Export Credit Insurance, KUKA, and I'm happy that during the next panel, a representative of KUKA will be able to take floor to tell more about insurance tools to insure Polish experts, including the investments. And KUKA offers such tools to ensure investment projects of different investors, not only from those who are from Poland, and they will provide more information during the third session. In our group, we also have PGK, the Polish Development Bank, and they also have the clear tools for the investment projects in Ukraine. The next slide, please. Our objectives is to support Polish businesses abroad and foreign investors in Poland. We also support the Polish economy, Polish trademarks, the technological thoughts using so-called internationalization. Expert of investments, and we focus a lot on partnership and the promotion of partnership. We develop partnerships inside Poland with the local authorities, with communities. We teach communities how to attract investments, what they need to show to investors to come to their community, and the same with our activities abroad. We're trying to become partners for the Ukrainian governmental organizations and authorities, for the Ukrainian sectoral organizations, local partners, regions, and communities. We are trying to accumulate as much information as possible from the Ukrainian partners, the information that could be useful for the Polish business in Ukraine. The next slide, please. Here, on this slide, you can see information about our network. We work through the network of our foreign trade offices all over the world. This is a unique approach developed by our agency, and other similar agencies, state institutions of other countries work, like those from France, Italy, Germany, and even together with them, we are the partners of Association Trade Promotion Europe, and there is a special focus group dedicated to Ukraine. This means that all European countries, they negotiate how to better organize the cooperation, the business with Ukraine. There is a portfolio of recommendations for the Ukrainian government, international partners, in terms of how to improve business and investment climate in Ukraine to make such cooperation even more efficient. You can see the network of our offices, more than 50 offices all over the world. Of course, in the offices in Moscow and Minsk were closed as soon as the full-scale invasion started. And Ukraine, we are developing our office in Ukraine now. And our team here can be compared with other countries. This is not even proportional to the trade cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. Perhaps those colleagues who work in Germany, France, the UK can be a bit offended, but this is not only about the actual state of our cooperation, but the potential that Poland sees in Ukraine. And also, this is also the sign of solidarity. This is how our agency, our management shows the importance of the support of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation.
We've got some universal tools, sets of tools for supporting our investors. These are awareness-raising information packages, and a Polish entrepreneur, when he comes to us, may get the necessary information from all of our offices, and we think that this standardization is our advantage. And when companies join us, they share their plans as to what they would like to do in Ukraine, and we inform them about the opportunities available. We provide them with contact data, and we also cover them, engage them in some organizational events. Next slide, please. And the same comes true for investors and exporters. When a Polish investor approaches us and asks any question about Ukraine, we provide the information on where he could possibly locate his or her investment in Ukraine, what these possible industries could be, and we collect the necessary information from Ukrainian entrepreneurs willing to merge in their business with Polish partners. We have a database of such projects, and we encourage people to address us with any ideas, projects, and proposals. And then we try to combine the effort of Ukrainian and Polish businesses in trying to find the points of contact where this cooperation could be possible. And also we provide other information packages because the interest in Ukraine is great, but on the other hand, there is a great fear and a great concern because businessmen don't have the relevant information on the current situation in Ukraine. And quite often, what comes as a problem is even the field visit or a visit of a certain company having a joint meeting in Ukraine. Quite often, employers or families of the employees are afraid of their relatives doing this or their employees doing this. That's why we provide the necessary information. Next slide, please. And also, we've got partnership programs for communities and the training courses for communities in Poland. And also we have a special project for Ukraine, within which our experts are dealing with attraction of investment in Poland share their experience with Ukrainian local self-government bodies. That project has been under implementation for many years already, and it embraces different study tours of the representatives of Ukrainian local authorities responsible for investment attraction, and our agency shares all the necessary information with them. We tell them about the needs for investors, the ways to engage people, and this project has been further extended. And suppose here we have the representatives of local self-government bodies. Let me encourage you to approach us. We will have you in this project. Next slide, and still next slide, please. And here comes special support for Ukraine, which now goes under the slogan Recovery or Reconstruction of Ukraine or Rebuilding of Ukraine. And we have announced a tender for companies to join in the process of reconstruction of Ukraine. And within this process, we are getting information about the entrepreneurs interested in Ukraine and the projects they have. So now we've got the database about 3,000 Polish companies. I can say that this is an exceptional database. Nobody has more information either in Poland or in Ukraine. This is the largest database for contacts with businesses. And this means that whenever we are organizing any event, we just have one mailing, and with it we are sending all the information to all Polish companies. So suppose you have some information to share with us, we will be happy to disseminate this information among Polish businesses. And next slide. Definitely for this database, we are also arranging a number of different awareness raising, training, educational events where we tell them how to work with Ukraine. We organize a number of sectoral consultations, and I'm still going to show you what industries are in the focus of our attention, but nevertheless, we're trying to go deeper into different diverse fields to attract investors and businesses, not just with the overall information about the system of taxation and the opportunities for cooperation in Ukraine, but to be more specific. And Ukrainian businesses can also use our basic support, but suppose when a businessman comes on a temporary basis to Warsaw, can get from us a place in our co-working facility, which is in the center of Warsaw, close to the Polish embassy. And there, Ukrainian businessmen can be using our co-working facility. That's for the third year that such opportunity is available. And there we also have the Dia Business Warsaw Consultancy Center, which is the only foreign center which actively cooperates with us. Let's move on. And we have announced this call for companies for our database. This was done in June 2022. And before that, in April, we started talking about reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. And I guess that this is the topic that Polish businesses are very interested in. So we've got about 3,000 Polish companies in our database, and we have the main page and the sub-page, which is entitled Reconstruction of Ukraine, and they're all the relevant information for Polish businesses on cooperation is located. Let's move on. And what about the industries, which are our priority in terms of cooperation within the reconstruction framework? Of course, this is the construction industry, but also transport, logistics, medical, pharmaceutical industries, car production industry, but also we include their agriculture and food industry. And Polish businesses really see a lot of opportunities in terms of production of agricultural products in Ukraine. And for Polish businesses, this opens up a lot of investment opportunities. And in the process, we're also identifying some industries which we didn't envisage, like the mine action industry, which is also of key importance for Ukraine now. and all the miners of the whole world are now uniting their effort in order to do demining of Ukraine. They are sharing their experience and technologies, and we have also joined in this process. We organize a lot of events, we provide information to businesses, and we try to arrange cooperation between Ukrainian and Polish businesses in this respect. Here you can see the structure, and you can see how the registration in our database looks, and you can see that the construction business is represented here the most, but about 100 companies are also companies from the field of agriculture and food processing. Let's move on. We've also got the catalogs of those businesses published. This is information available in public access. You could have a look on that, and you can see what Polish businesses are willing to cooperate with Ukraine. And this is the information from our page, Reconstruction of Ukraine. Let's move on. And here are the events that we will have in the nearest months. We are organizing sectoral consultation sessions in the business mission format. Now, we already have this opportunity, and Polish businessmen keep coming to Ukraine personally to participate in different events, and we arrange the contact data for them here in the field, and we are also open to the organization of different meetings. So in the nearest future, we're going to deal with pharmaceutical and medical industry, and also in June, we are going to have a large event, and in spite of the precautions and warnings made by the Ukrainian authorities, Polish businesses are sure that it will be possible to have a business forum in June. It will be dedicated to the reconstruction of Ukraine, so already now we may start inviting you there. Also, we join as experts in the development of different information awareness raising materials. In particular, you can see here the materials of the Polish Economic Institute, and you can see the information provided by different units of the UN agencies, which work on different analytical and reference materials on the reconstruction of Ukraine, and they are inquiring with us how foreign business, to be more specific, Polish business, could be engaged in this process in cooperation with Ukrainian businesses. So we accumulate all this analytical and reference data about opportunities, about challenges, and we also share this information in our publications. Next slide, please. And we also it should be mentioned that we will also work in two teams. We have our team in Kyiv, though during the first year of the full-scale invasion, we worked in Warsaw. Then we worked from Kyiv. We also have a team working from Warsaw, and we have an intention to expand our activity to have more staff members, and we are going to have an office in Lviv as well. Thank you. Let me just invite you to cooperate with us. Thank you. Thank you, Tatiana. I'm sure that your plans will reach Bukovina one day, and you will have office here in Chernivtsi region, but so far, I would just encourage the participants to approach Tatiana to discuss different cooperation opportunities. Your organization is the organization that we should also have in Ukraine. We have Ukraine Invest, we have the Export Credit Agency, we have similar structures, we have the National Investor Board affiliated with the President of Ukraine and some other organizations dealing with trade, investment, and commercial things. But these are all separate authorities going on and working under the auspices of different organizations. But we should have an agency like you have, because this is just one common structure. I know that your financial support of the activity of Polish Investment and Trade Agency is working quite well. So I think that we also need to focus and to stay united. And since we've been talking about support for Polish and Ukrainian business, let us now go over to Piotr Tyczyński's speech. He's the project manager of SOTA project, and he will share the experience of Poland in the field of fruit and vegetable product processing. You're very much welcome, Piotr. He's online with can you hear us? Because we cannot hear you so far. Maybe you need to unmute. So while Piotr is connecting, let me remind you that one of the units of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency has been actively working within the format of complementary activity with Ukrainian organizations, and it's a sample to follow. Um, so Piotr, is it possible for you to start? Okay, you have, let me add a couple of words. Y- we do have insurance, but we are waiting for the projects to have them insured. So I think that the initiative should be with Ukrainian businesses and Polish businesses. And in that way, we could launch our cooperation, and we need to prepare the projects that will further be insured and funded. Yes, so your role is very important because you're the leading agency that can actually bring in those projects, because we do have projects. I'm not um, afraid that we won't have investment, but small investment, but $1 trillion for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Well, that's quite an amount, and there are a number of challenges for us to engaging this capital in Ukraine. Piotr, are you with us? So let's wait for some 30 seconds, and if not, then we will proceed with some other speaker. Let me also mention a couple of words. You know, I had a look at the analytical data, and I saw that over the recent decade, we have had a trend towards the reduction in foreign direct investment and crediting of provided by foreign organizations in Ukrainian business. And it's not only about foreign direct investment, but about direct investment and our domestic investment. It's like reinvest. And over the recent 10 years, Ukrainian businesses have been using only their own money. And we should be clear about the factor for that. Is it that the money is expensive? Or is it about lack of trust in foreign investors? Or is there some misunderstanding or lack of understanding of the processes or unwillingness to change the processes? But we need to change this because you know that in 2021, the level of new foreign direct investment and crediting provided by IFIs in the investment of Ukraine, it was less than 3%. Its share was less than 3%. All the other things were reinvesting and funding provided by Ukrainian banks. So it means that we are kind of underworking in terms of reaching those capital markets. So Piotr, are you with us or shall we proceed? I suggest watching a video. We were also supposed to have Vasil Rosman, who is director of Dealer Bukovina LLC, but unfortunately he failed to come because of the changes in his schedule. He's got a very important reason for that, but they asked us to watch a video about this company for us to still get some information about it. So let's watch the video. Unfortunately, the sound of the video is not connected to the interpretation channel. We cannot hear it. So our company is one of the leading bulk suppliers. It was founded in 1838 in Germany, and it deals with production of beverages, of food ingredients, and has its representative offices in more than 130 countries of the world, including Ukraine. And in Chernivtsi region, the values of dollar company have been introduced over the period of 4 years in Chernivtsi region. Actually, we started our activity in Ukraine in 2014, and our basic philosophy goes about creation of new jobs, in particular in Chernivtsi region, and creating some added value. A lot of our products are exported to the US and to the European countries, and we are caring about our employees. We are trying to create dignified places, workplaces for our permanent and seasonal workers. We are trying to ensure availability of all the necessary equipment for the production processes and all the conveniences for our workers. We produce juice concentrate, and for this we need fresh, mature berries that are supplied to the plant, weighed, unloaded, fragmented, and they are go under the press to get the juice concentrate. And we have a separate laboratory, the experts of which are following the whole product production cycle and checking the chemical qualities of our juice concentrate. Duler Bukovina has a great capacity. It's about 700 tons apples a day in Chernivtsi region and in the neighboring regions, and we are providing local residents with decent jobs. The company creates new jobs all the time. We are trying to expand the area that we are using. We are trying to improve the quality of our production. And we're also caring about the environment. We are trying to arrange the eco-friendly production process. So for 4 years, we have been staying in Chernivtsi region, and the amount of investment exceeds 65 million hryvnias. We've got the focus on people, on security, on eco-friendliness, sustainable development, harmony with social and economic aspects of life. Thank you. So Vasil seems to have been present with us, right? In spite of the fact that he's at a different meeting. And you can see that we have an ideal example of cooperation between international businesses and Ukrainian employees. The company was founded in 1838. So how many skills, management skills you need to have to keep the company going for almost 200 years in a very efficient way? That's absolutely great. And I think that we've got a number of other companies like this in the world, and we can also engage them because they have their automatic process in place and they care about the environment. So I'm grateful to also Payik for trying to arrange those contacts. But this has been just the beginning of our um, next part of the presentations, and now we are going to have some presentations from businesses, and we would like to hear from you about your projects. What are you doing? How can we be helpful to you? How are we going to effectively transform, not just rebuild, but transform, build that better Ukraine? And let me invite Vyacheslav to have his speech. He is founder of the Farm Prima. You're welcome. So everything seems to be working, right? So thank you for the invitation. My greetings go to all the residents of Bukovina region and to all the guests who have come to see us. And thank you for giving to me an opportunity to tell about myself. So, over such a short period of time, it's not possible to cover the whole past and to share all the information. But anyway, I will try to at least share some concise, brief information. And please let me know if I'm too long. So I represent the real sector of economy. I founded two manufacturing companies and two farms that all originated from the beginning of the 2000 when Bukovina started actively developing gardening. So I'm one of the farmers who actually planted the first orchard of 3 hectares in Chernivtsi region, and each of the gardeners of Bukovina back then contributed to the development of gardening and horticulture in Bukovina. You have already heard that we've got 22 hectares of gardens in Chernivtsi region, but not all of them are the gardens that can really give profit. I would say that the share of such gardens is not that high because these are already the second generation gardens, orchards. I'm talking here about family businesses which are handed over from generation to generation. And the first generations that started this activity were just small gardens which were designed for our an eastern neighbor, which is our aggressor now. But now the reality is absolutely different, and we need to be looking towards the civilized world where we could sell our products, which means that we need to do replanting of the gardens, which are already 15, 20 years old. We need to just eradicate them and have new varieties that are more popular in Europe or throughout the world. If I speak about the experience of our company, that's what we are doing. We are investing into new trees, into new varieties of trees, fruit trees. And if I'm asked to speak on the topic of our today's panel, I'd like to say that we have actually created a unique for Ukraine logistic hub, and we have united almost 70 producers, small size, middle size producers around us, or rather around us, a company which was founded in 2005. We were almost the first in Bukovina who planted the gardens, and we needed to make investment into the infrastructure because we needed the freezers to keep those apples in order to sell them in good quality in the markets where they would be in demand. And normally we were buying and building more of those freezers than we had the gardens, and that's why we were joined by small farmers who could get those freezers, use those freezers as services on a service basis. We provided this service, they united around us, and I came to understand in that way that we shouldn't lose them. We should keep providing this service to them. And every year we did some replication and scaling. There was rather high demand for this service and for the storage of different varieties of apples. So in particular, in the period of 2010, 2014, the demand was high. And when the farmer put the apple into the fridge and preserved it until spring, until the period we now have, he actually got about 200 hryvnias for that. Now that preservation to storage technologies enable us not just to get some dividends from this, but to sell the apples, to preserve those apples and to sell them, let's say in springtime. I hope that I can see the slides. You can share the slides, right? So what do we mean by a logistic hub? So it's about 12,000 tons of apples, but we are working with apples and we have about 10,000 apples. Our main goal is not just to take apples from the farmers and to preserve those apples, but to create added values using the available goods.
When we saw the raw material in the containers that you can now see on the slide, and we can sell apples at domestic market for processing or to make a commodity of it. If these are specific varieties of apples, we can earn more if we sell abroad. In 2016, we bought modern sorting line that washes, grades apples against weight and color, and we also started providing the service of sorting. We're now sorting not only our own apples, but also provide such service. Those farmers who could sell apples in Ukraine when exporting does not put additional burden on Ukrainian market, but sells it abroad, thus having the added value more than in Ukraine. And this is beneficial for everyone. But when we started upscaling, we saw that this is quite an interesting service. And just to clearly explain my thought, I can say that we offer the following services. If there are farmers with quality goods, I can get the turnkey expert from us. Because small farmers that have a land plot for several hectares cannot buy their infrastructure by themselves to gather apples, to sort them, and this is our new mission. We have not founded or started anything new because we can see such examples in Europe. The cooperators are in Italy, in other apple-producing countries. Such an example of uniting demonstrates that to create product lots, we need to unite our efforts in terms of varieties and quantities. We are calling ourselves a hypermarket of apples. And when we sell apples not in kilos and boxes, but in big refrigerator trucks. Starting from the 1st December till the 1st of June, we have around 10 big refrigerator of apples, around 100 tons of apples. This is our plan, and this is what we have. The next slide, please. Vyacheslav, if you allow, because we still have several minutes left, and our topic is investment. Your story, your technologies are very interesting. And what are the prospects in terms of investments in innovations? Do you have any plans? Because the international investors are listening to us. Do you have any proposals to them? Maybe not your group, but the sector in general. As for investments, of course, we need them because we will not be able to survive on our own. And as for the investments, the most important thing here is an idea, because funds are not that important, not the most important leverage. We need an idea. That's why I'm asking you, do you have an idea that could be turned into a project? And can you show the next slide, please? Every producer, every business person should project their ideas. If we deal with apples, we have some history, and we also strive for added value. And if you're listening to my story, you can understand what can be done with apples, and I have a lot of ideas, and that's what I've selected. It's about packing. I've mentioned turnkey expert scheme, and here what we do with our logistics hub. So we can make juice from apples. Apples can be dried. We can make slice or apple chips. A lot can be done with apples, just to process it into different forms. What do we do? We decided to squeeze apples to produce juice. Together with me here is our friend, our partner presenting the company, Chris Meyer, and we decided to develop a new line for this production. An owner in Sixth Generator from Austria said to us that the juice was really of a high quality. And we don't have the main idea just to have the juice all over Ukraine. So for us, it is more important to have a quality product. And step by step to reach the level when someone would like to buy this juice. What do you mean by saying quality juice? Because we are not the experts in juice sector. Can you share more details about the apple juice? The next slide, please. And this is the first package of juice we produced 4 years ago. And this is a very difficult path. And just to make a business out of ideas is very difficult. You need to love and honor your work. And also you need to have this great wish to have a business. And I'm now sharing experience with those people, with those gardeners who want to do something. If you want to do something, you will be able to achieve your objectives. And this year we have 4-year anniversary when we first produced the juice. And now we are only getting to the 0 level in our production indicators. But we continue our path. We have developed a unit in our company, a team working on this. But this is a craft product. This cannot be sold in the mass market. And we want actually to scale up. We want to sell this quality product to those connoisseurs who can really appreciate this project. So all people have different ideas. If you have an idea, then you will be able to find money, even if you don't have the money at the moment. I cannot impose any ideas here. I was asking about your ideas. Do you have any specific ideas that you can address the investment community with? Just the question is about you. As for our business, our own money is enough, and we have our own pace. Thank you very much. Let's give the round of applause. Let's applaud to Ukrainian business. because it's been 4 years since the first package of juice to reaching the 0 level. So these people should have really a lot of inspiration and a lot of love to do what they do. And now I would like to give floor to Vadim Kuzminsky, CEO EFT Group, to tell about your business, about investment plans, proposals in innovative processes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vadim. Since 2012, we have been dealing with the equipment to process farmers' quality and farmers' like volumes. And we can say that we have a plant. It's more like a workshop. For more than a decade, we've had success stories and also the stories of disappointment among our customers when people bought equipment, but somehow they failed to use it properly. But if we analyze all success stories, I can say that all these people have one feature in common. They knew perfectly well what they wanted. As one of our customers once said, that when we talk about business, we start from the end. What we could do with this? When it comes to processing, a lot of farmers make the same mistake. We could have the secondary or thirdly fruits. Why should we give them to a dealer? Because we can utilize them and process by ourselves. And this is how they get into this business. They think that quality juice could sell itself, even if it's produced from some secondary varieties from the fruits with some damages, but not harming the taste. And the product could be really very tasty, but people that they just don't understand how to sell it, because when it comes to the sales, it is different from processing of apples. So these are like different businesses. Those people who come into processing as into business, they always have some advantage over those people or customers who just want to do something with their secondary fruits, secondary varieties. There are success stories and cases, and Vyacheslav is one of the examples, and with their trademark. And they have found a very interesting niche. They produce juices from apples, but they also add a bit of citrus fruit. It's not now kind of an advertisement, but I always buy this product to my family. And when I buy this apple and citrus juice, I don't compare the price with other products. I buy it not because it's cheaper or more expensive, just because I like it. If it's like 80 hryvnias more, it's okay for me. Just taste the apple and orange juice. There is a table there. Let's wait for the end of the session. Don't go out there now. Or apple lemon. And when you once you taste it, you will never buy some other juice. For me, it is very interesting that the producers of the equipment are also technologists. And as Vyacheslav has mentioned, when our Austrian friends say, guys, why do you fight for the net price 5 hryvnias? Produce your own juice, get some beautiful bottles and produce quality product to earn more. And those people who are focused, who focus on such things, they can be successful. If we briefly tell about our program, this is apple processing and also the processing of hazelnut. And in our company, we have the equipment to process small amounts of these products. Why apples and hazelnuts? As Vyacheslav has already mentioned, we could do a lot of different juices from apples and different beverages, and all these mixtures, all of them have around 80–90% of apple juice, and then we add 5–10% of some other ingredients to have different aroma and taste. By the way, our customers who have the lines to produce apple juice say that the demand increased in 300–400% with the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And they was due to the challenges of our colleagues from Mykolaiv Oblast, and there is the factory that is closed now. When people ask if there is the future for processing, when I discuss this topic with other customers, and when the director of some plantations told me that they produced apple puree, and the prices are so that even if they process all apples, they could earn more than to sell fresh apples. Of course, the situation can change, and also we can see the increase in consumption of natural products like cider when they use the conventional fermentation process. When they meet all the criteria for quality, for technology, and again, according to my customers who produce such cider, they can see the increase in demand in the consumption of their product in 2 times annually. This is not produced from a concentrate, but this is a natural fermentation product. I'd like to stress it. And that's why we can see a real success here. But subject to being real fans of our work. And quite often when I talk to my clients, they say that no one waits for us in Europe. But I can say that this could be said the same about any business. No one waits anywhere for a business. We need to kind of impose ourselves. As Alexander Boyko from the previous panel said, that when they see money, they just enter the market. The same is here. I discussed this issue with wholesale buyers from Sweden, and they say that they need quality and quantity, and what is more important, packaging. You can produce a high quality product, but if there is a poor packaging, no one will buy it. So they say that this is quantity, quality, and packaging, and they are ready to buy it. Of course, they don't wait for us, but they are neutral. If you come to them and if you offer your own product, I'm 100% sure that they will buy it from you. And here, I would like to repeat myself. If you believe in your work, if you're a processor, if you invest your time, if you invest in marketing, then you are doomed to be successful. And as for the second part of my speech, so to say, is about hazelnut processing and also the production of hazelnut. Because now it's a new product for Ukraine, but the problem is that it could really provide yield in 7 years when it comes to commercial plantations, and we need to invest a lot, like several thousand euros for hectare during first several years before we can get the first yield. But we can see the decreased yields in Italy because of the climate changes. And this for the 26 plants that Ferrero Rocher has all over the world, they cannot get enough raw material, and they are looking for new suppliers of nuts, of hazelnut, of the dried in-shell hazelnut or shelled hazelnut. And why hazelnut is of interest to us? It can be processed starting with the initial processing. This could be a in-shell, shelled hazelnut. This could be also the different forms with the caramel, salt, hazelnut flour, hazelnut oil, and also hazelnut crumbs. And this is a very popular product in confectionery. When it comes to the walnut, it is almost not processed. It's sold in kernels. And you can process, and the process of processing hazelnut is almost never ending. And Ferrero Rocher just planted around 6,000 hectares of hazelnut in Chile. They just started the climate there, and they found that the climate conditions are great there. But the problem is that all hazelnuts were left there because the consumption of hazelnut has increased dramatically in that country. And in Ukraine, they started planting hazelnut for export, but the big two Ukrainian producers, one in the Odessa region, around 700 hectares, one of the second one in the Zakarpattia, they have installed the processing lines, not to the scale of Ferrero Rocher, but it's enough for the Ukrainian market. And they bought everything. If you're interested in this topic, please, I would like to encourage you to deal with processing, be brave, and you will be successful. If there is a video, please show it. Thank you. We need to stop here. And as a moderator, I want to make a kind of a small as to say, like a short conclusion, and which is important for the development of Ukraine. That's why I have two questions to you, to Vyacheslav, to Vadim. And you say that you don't need investments at the moment, that your money is enough. And if you're approached by someone from the government, from the state, offering 3, 5 proposals where you can sell in 3 or 5 times more of your products, and we know that the purchase possibility in Ukraine is the lowest in Europe. If you get such a proposal from some state structures, and if there's presentation in your office offering to increase your production in 5 times to get the support from the state, what answer will you give? Of course, positive, Vadim. We are already using the like credits. And they offer you to get to the new markets. And we are planning to organize our personal processing. And this is the short answer how we can involve like hundreds, millions, or billions US dollars only if we open the path for our talented small companies. I would like to thank the Ukraine investor and the state regional administration for the invitation. And before you go and taste the juice that we've just shown, please applaud to our businesses and our business associations for their great work. Thank you. And questions? Please introduce yourself. Prometey Farm from the Ivano-Frankivsk Oblast. Dear Mr. Kuzminsky, thank you for your presentation. And now we are interested in the apple and orange juice. But since our conference is fruits and vegetables, do you have apple and carrot juice, your line? Do you plan processing carrots to make concentrate, and also the watermelon? And also the beet. We also produce different juices basing on the apple juices. So apple, beet, apple, watermelon, and other recipes are rather successful. My partner in Austria told me that he has so many ideas, so many recipes. This is up to me to decide when to stop. And it is based on the natural fermentation, and you know that it's impossible to pasteurize the beet juice because of the high pH. And but these juices are very popular in Europe. It is not that developed in Ukraine, but in Europe we can see rather successful business cases when they produce and sell such juice. So my short answer is yes. Thank you very much. And now you can talk to our speakers personally to ask your questions. Have a nice day. And please stay for the third panel. I would like to thank moderator and all the participants. Please give the round of applause. And also would like to present the gifts with the craft products. And also would like to thank the participants of the panel discussions. Hopefully the information is useful for those who plan to develop in the future. And during the next panel, we'll be able to meet new representatives. And now we'd like to invite you to have a dinner.
Dear participants of the forum, let's start our third panel discussion, which is entitled Financing Instruments for the Processing Industry, Successful Cases. And the facilitator is Nazary Volyansky, Head of International Relations and Communications Department, Ukraine Invest. Let's welcome everyone with a round of applause and let's start. Thank you for the introduction. I hope that you have had a tasty lunch and we're going to have a very interesting and lively discussion in which we will engage the audience. And definitely after this panel, I will enable everyone, I will give an opportunity for everyone to ask questions. Panel is really very interesting because after it, you will come to understand how and with whom you can attract investment. Let me introduce our speakers within this panel discussion. This is Yulia Vitka, Acting Chief of Party, USAID Investment for Business Resilience Activity. Vitaly Halati, Director of the US Agrarian Union, LLC, Denis Harasuta, Chairman of the Board, Expert Member of the Board, Export Credit Agency, Alexandra Muller, Senior Agricultural Specialist from the World Bank, Grzegorz Grala, Manager of the Product Development Department, KUKA, Yulia Kotsar, Head of Agribusiness Support and Development Department of Crédit Agricole Bank, and Oliver Girliks, Managing Director and CFO, Bayer Ukraine. Oliver is just listening as in the interpretation, but he is staying in the headset, but he can hear us well enough and understand us. So let me give the floor first to Yulia Vitka. And Yulia, thank you for supporting our initiatives and for cooperating with Ukraine Invest, because it's thanks to your support that we have gathered here in Chernivtsi today. So Yulia, tell us about the grant opportunities available for agro-processing companies and how can they possibly make use of those opportunities? Good afternoon. So first of all, let me say that I'm really happy to be in your beautiful region and I will gladly share the information about the opportunities, funding opportunities available within our project for companies. So my first question is going to be whether you have generally heard about USAID grants. Because sometimes we get the information that no one knows about our grants, in particular in some more remote areas of the country. Let me now present a number of grant programs that we currently have for companies of different industries to you, but 70% of our beneficiaries are companies of the agricultural domain. In general, we don't have any restrictions as far as industries are concerned. And I will also tell you about our new grant programs and where you can find them. Definitely, we are working not only with grants because we are aiming to improve the business and investment environment, and we are working very actively with late payments between retail and banks, and we are now working with the anti-monopoly committee. So we hope that their legislation that we now have in terms of the boundary or marginal limits will be approved this year because that's the situation that we have in Europe. But now, please, I wonder if you could have my slides on the screen. So let me first speak about available financing instruments. So all in all, our project U.S. Investment for Business Resilience Activities has the budget of $93 million, and you can find us on Facebook, on Instagram, and LinkedIn. We publish information everywhere. We publish our updates, and soon we're also going to introduce another new page for our grantees. But so far, you can just find the information in our social media. Our goals are to increase export, to increase sales of companies, and to create new jobs. And you can see that, in fact, this is a 3-year project, and the ambitious goal is to create 20,000 jobs and to increase sales by companies by $250 million. These are the main criteria by which we are assessing the companies that are applying for our grants. Well, definitely there are some other criteria like the timeline of implementation, the feasibility of the budget, the reputation, the image of the company, but the basic criteria by which we actually do the scoring of companies is the number of jobs created and the increase in the sales or exports. Suppose we are talking about the export company. I'm trying to click to change the slides. So we have already got, or rather provided support to 600 SMEs, and here is the overall amount that has been unblocked, which means that this is the finance that goes through preferential credits and our grant money. I will explain what I mean and what the whole scheme behind that is. Next slide. So far we have got 3 programs, with one of them with OTP Bank, and the credit interest rate is 7%. This program is almost over, and we are holding negotiations to expand the amount. So approximately in May, June, you may try to learn new information about this program from OTP Bank. Also, we have the insurance company Universalna with PrivatBank. We are providing insurance for the future harvest. And the third thing, which may be more of interest for you, is beneficial leasing, which means that if you take equipment from best leasing company, you will get a 30% discount. So suppose you're interested in those programs, these organizations are well known. You can just approach them and find more detailed information. But I will also provide some detailed information on the next slides. So here is the OTP Bank program for the financing of the current capital. And you can see that it's almost over because the pipeline of clients has already been shaped. So these could be the critical industries, or these could be relocated businesses, but not necessarily. And we also pay attention to the fact whether women have any share in that business, because 1/4 of the businesses that we have funded are owned by women, or at least have a share of women's ownership. And the priority goes to the agricultural field. And as I have mentioned, this program will expected to be renewed in May or June. Then the best leasing company, the third point, which I mentioned, with the discount or rather reimbursement 30%, you can see what you can acquire within this program. And again, it's available in all the regions. Well, the regions where we provide funding are really different. There's the Vinnytsia region, Kyiv region, western regions of Ukraine. So the geographical coverage is rather wide. Let's move on. Next slide. So here are our future programs. I cannot readily provide you with information about the implementers, but we are currently facing the stage of agreement conclusion. We will also have a factoring program. And by the way, within the OTP Bank program, we also have this factoring program funding the current assets, because SMEs don't actually know what factoring is and how it differs from crediting, but you can actually address the bank and compare their terms. That's if we are talking about the OTP Bank factoring, but we will also have 2 new programs on factoring on leasing with rather good conditions in the form of cashbacks. And as you can see, we intend to finance about 450 companies within those programs, but that will come a little bit later. I guess in May, these programs will be public and you will be able to apply. And now a couple of words about the advantages of factoring, but I will not focus on that because you may learn the detailed conditions already when the program is launched. We also have the program of direct grants for businesses because the previous programs are related to the reduction in the price, and we have a good multiplier there, which means that, well, our multiplier for the businesses that failed to get some leasing or when the credit risks were very high. So within this program, the bank can easily approach this business and the multipliers there is very good. But this is the program of direct grants for businesses. Maybe some of you have already applied because we have really received a lot of applications. The total amount is 2 million for a company, but we have closed the application stage. We have received 300 applications, and we are now doing the screening for the companies, trying to select the applications. And some of the companies are processing companies, not just agricultural processing, but general processing companies, and we are already finalizing this process. But that's not yet it. We are going to have another program of direct grants for businesses, and I will share this information within my next slide. That will be about smaller amounts of grants because the previous program I've mentioned was for businesses with a turnover of more than 8 million euros a year. But this program will be for really SMEs or something in between small and medium-sized business and in partnership with banks. We have not yet made a public announcement about this program because it's under development, but the essence of this program is going to be that the bank or the third party gives a credit or some external funding while if we are giving the grant. So in that way, our grant money will be also supplemented with external finance. I think that this program is going to really be popular because banks claim that this is a rather good mechanism of cooperation for them, and they already show their interests in this program, in particular, if we're talking about large banks working with SMEs. So please follow the updates, and I guess that well, at least in May, at the latest, we will make a public announcement about this program, and you may address the banks with which you cooperate to learn more on whether they are going to get engaged in this program. Well, it seems to me that I'm about to wrap up, and let me just remind that anyway, our main criteria are creation of jobs, increased sales, or export if we are talking about exporting companies and if the company intends to do export. And here you can see our QR code, but you can actually just find us using simple search, use USAID project investment for business resilience activity, and we will be happy to cooperate with you. And I think that we, at the end of the year, we will report within all of those programs because I think that this is a unique program, like 2 million grants. This is something that nobody has ever had in Ukraine. Thank you, Julia. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting opportunities for our Ukrainian businesses. But I've got a question for you. We understand that these programs are interested, that they seemingly are accessible, but what about the timeline? How much time does it take me, a businessman from Chernivtsi, to open a new production line? How much time will this process take? Well, let me not call it a red tape process, but the process. And is it really possible to get the final outcome? Because I understand that most people in the audience are interested in your programs, but they are afraid of getting stuck in this bureaucracy. Well, the programs that we used to have with grants and with financial mediators, like with OTP Bank, well, it was implemented even ahead of time. They had a very good pipeline of clients, and generally we didn't have any delays there. That's why decisions were taken very, very quickly. It's about reduced credit rates. As far as leasing is concerned, well, of course, the demand is a little bit lower. But how many months? Well, I'm talking about our grants because I cannot be responsible for a company. But suppose a decision that we provide a credit is a very quick decision, really very quick, because we've got good dynamics, and every week, every 2 weeks, we report about new plans and new contracts. But I think that you're most interested in the information about our direct grants. So suppose the applications were to be submitted by the end of January, and we received a lot of applications. So on average, to reach a contract conclusion, we try our best because we are using the money of the American people and we still have to take care of this money. So it takes about 3 months until the contract is signed. It's a great figure because I've got some experience of cooperating with international organizations. So 3 months is the perfect timeline because normally it takes more than a half year. So if you do the planning now, already in the summertime, you can open your new production facilities. And I hope that our new program will also be very quick because our donor organization has set the task for us to quickly make use of this money and to quickly see the results in terms of increased sales and increased number of jobs. Thank you. And now let me go over to our next success story because we're talking not only about the opportunities, but also about those who have already used those opportunities. This is Vitaly Nihalati, Director of the Youth Agrarian Union LLC. And thanks a lot for providing apples to us during the break. They are really tasty, very aesthetic, and nice. So, how did you get the grant? And is it really true what Julia says that within 3 months you can become a happy implementer of a project based on the grant? Good afternoon. I wonder if I could have my slides on the screen. So let me briefly share the information about our company. I, I'll probably need the clicker, right? Does it work? Yeah, it does. I will give you the clicker. So I'm Vitaly Nihalati, and I'm director of the Youth Agrarian Union LLC. So what are we doing? We are growing tasty apples. Why Youth Agrarian Union? Why such a title? Where does this name come from? Well, why youth? Because it was founded by a group of young guys who just wanted to found a company. And somehow this word is in the name. So our trademark, Oh My Garden, um, and we were founded in 2015 when we planted our first plot with apples, 20 hectares. In 2016, we also planted another land plot, 28 hectares, and already in 2023, we also planted, within the framework of the grant program, 18 hectares. So what kind of apples do we have? We have three varieties, Gala, Golden, and Jona Prince. As far as the pricing policy is concerned, Gala is the most expensive apple variety, Golden is in the second place, and Jona Prince goes as number 3. As far as export, Gala also takes the first place, and Golden takes the second place, and the third variety is almost not provided on export. Just 4 containers have been sent. What about the yield rate? So this year we have harvested 50 tons of first sort, first grade apples, and in total it was 56 tons per hectare. While harvesting, we are trying to um, already sell the second grade apples, and as far as the third grade apples are concerned, we send them for processing. So in 2019, we also bought the sorting machine from Froda company, and it enables us to do the sorting of our apples by size, by color, by weight. And traders don't want to work with companies that don't have the sorting line. We have been exporting since 2017, and back then we did the sorting manually, and it took about 3 days for us to do the sorting for one truck. But now it's much, much less time. What about storage? Of course, if you have an intensive orchard, you should have your own fridge. That's why it's also important to store apples in proper conditions in the AGS chambers, and you can actually store them there until the next season if there is a need for that. What about the prime cost of apples? Well, you know that colleagues are normally not sharing this information, but I will tell you that the prime cost includes operational costs and direct costs. And the overall cost is 9 hryvnias 50 kopecks per 1 kilogram of apples. Why am I showing this figure? Because I hope that one day my colleagues will approach me and say that, look, Vitaly, our prime cost is like this. So if we share our experience, we will become better producers. Maybe my prime cost is very high, and then I will be looking for my mistakes. So I hope for some feedback. I hope to get some feedback from colleagues because I'm sharing the information, so I want them to also share this information. What about quality control? For 4 years in a row, we have been undergoing certification following the Global Guards standards, and we are complying with the international standards. Um, and this Global Guard certificate gives us some benefits because we can sell our apples abroad, even, and we can do this in supermarkets abroad. You can see here a map of the places where we sell our apples. You can see the countries, and suddenly the best prices are in the Near East, and we actually aim to develop our varieties of apples for this area. Well, what about the state grant? Our experience of getting involved in a state grant shows that there is a step-by-step algorithm. Number one is development of the project for planting, then development of the project for irrigation, then uh, uploading the scanned projects and applying to DIA project, then verification of the documents by the bank and by the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, and the waiting time is 14 working days. Well, it was not exactly the case, but let's consider that we were the pioneers with Oshchad Bank and it took a little bit more time. Then getting a decision on the grant, it's a very pleasant moment in time when you're given a call and you said that the grant has been approved for you. Then conclusion of an agreement with the bank and opening an account in the bank. In our case, Oshchad Bank served as this case, and then enrolling the money to this account. With us, it was 3,300,000. And the last step is getting the state grant, which is also a pleasure, and we got 7 million and something. What did this grant actually provide us with? So thanks to this grant of 7,300,000 something, we managed to pay for 67% of the cost of our plants. And as a result of that, we compensated for 10% of the overall costs. It's really 10%. Someone will probably disagree, but we are calculating not only the trees, we are also taking into account the transmission lines, power transmission lines that you need to have to the storage facility, then the whole cost of maintenance of the storage facilities, the equipment, containers, things like that. So because of the increased number of hectares where we had plantations, we also got 9 new employees. That's what our new garden looks like. And well, in the picture, it's everything clear, everything is understandable, but of course we were facing some challenges because sometimes we'll did not everything in time and we had to reapply, but finally we got the grant. So thanks everyone for attention. Thank you, Vitaly, for your presentation. Great apples, great plantations, but please, probably you could share more information about how you got this grant because the final product is here. Everybody has seen it, and everybody knows about your export opportunities and expansion opportunities. But could you share the information about the very process of applying and getting the contract? Because there would be motivation for us is to submit to.
I can provide a piece of advice here. So if you're planning to just complete planting your orchard, I advise to apply to get the grant. But if you want to apply just for mere grant, it's just I would not recommend this because the grant can cover only 10% of the general amount in this case. And Yulia, perhaps you could add something here. So it is not advisable to apply for the grant because it can cover only 10%. What else can I add? I can add here. If you've never applied for a grant, I could recommend you to hire professionals, kind of association of lawyers, so someone who knows how to properly apply for the grant to get money in time. And I can say that we have the programs of direct grants with big amounts that I've mentioned. They are also envisaged to have co-funding. That's why our aim is the companies who earn more than 80 million euro annually, and because of the share that should be contributed. And we have around 300 applications, and there the amount of co-funding is higher. And I've actually forgotten to mention about this. We also take into consideration the leverage, which is a very important criteria as well. As for loans, it's usually simpler than compared to the decreased interest rates. And the process is really rather difficult for us as well because there is the high level of competition. Because we can select like 10, 15 companies, and the process is also rather complex because you need to report about all the funds, and this is about accountability, and you know that there are a lot of uh, grants provided to Ukraine. That's why for example, due diligence, this is very precise process. And actually, we call grant application as co-creation. And our experts, together with the experts of a company, scrutinize all the documents, the application, annexes, and we also support companies a lot. And perhaps it might be different from the state grants. Actually, I don't know a lot about them because this is a joint process. So we work together with our companies. That's great. Thank you. And now I would like to give floor to Denis Samchuk, Deputy Director for the MSME Department, Oshad Bank. So now you've already mentioned OTP Bank, and now I would like to give floor to a representative of Oshad Bank, what they offer to the micro, medium-sized enterprises. Good afternoon. Everyone, please show my presentation. Thank you. Can I use a remote control? The next slide, please. Let's start with the internal analysis that we conduct for ourselves to understand the situation of the market with regard to the micro-sized enterprises and what are the prospects. In 2022, when the full-scale war started, we have just learned that 31.7% of enterprises completely or almost completely stopped where 22.4% enterprises indicated the business will work level up to 50% of turnover in 2021. And 90% of enterprises which temporarily stopped their operations then resumed their activity. So we can see a positive trend here of the economic development. And we also, according to our analysis, can say that around 50% of economy of Ukraine is financed by Ощадbank. What are our focuses and the tools at the moment? These are state grants that we have already covered today, and Vitaly also made a real example of how to get a state grant for the business development, and I will focus on this in more details a bit later. International grants, I will also share more information later. Partners programs, where we offer separate programs to buy equipment, machinery, and for circulation funds. EGA, financing exporters, cooperation with the regional military administration. This is the compensation of a percentage share to support the regions, and also online decisions. Just like evidence of our practices and expertise in our cooperation with lawyer community. And this day we've received the award for legal persons according to FIN awards, and also we get the SME banking digitalization according to Ukrainian FinTech awards. As for the loan instruments, program 579, over the last 2 years, we have provided loans to the general amount of 30 billion hryvnias in Ощadbank, and 90% of all loans were in the framework of 579 program. And as for the amount of projects, this is 9,500 real enterprises that received money. And you know about the conditions of this 579 program, up to 60 million, some of the loan, and the percentage rate from 1 to 9%. State grants. 11,500 grants were provided through Ощadbank to the general amount of 7.9 billion hryvnias. International grants at Sparkasse of EBRD, 86 million, were provided in the framework of around 30 grants. Up to 30% of cashback provided to real companies. I can also add that this week we have signed an agreement with the EBRD providing for 2 funding mechanisms. The first one, guarantees, and the second one, grants, with cashback up to 25% to buy equipment and machinery. That's why I think that the next week we will be able just to make a proposal to you, our customers, that you can apply to our bank to participate in the program, and you can just get up to 25% of compensation for the equipment bought. The next slide, we have a comprehensive support to exporters. I will not provide more details there. This is the framework of EGA program. We have Denise today who could provide more details. That's why let's get to the next slide. And the next slide, please. And just would like to share with you some successful cases, like Vitaly shared, several more success stories that we had in the other regions, like in the Sumy region. A company dealing with the processing of the mustard and coriander seeds and received at the rate 0% in the framework of 579 program. It was amount up to 15.3 million hryvnias. The grant programs for horticulture, winemaking, and greenhouses. The next slide, please. Here we visualized for more clarity how one can get a grant for orchards. The general amount of grant cannot exceed 10 million hryvnias. And here you can see a very simple step-by-step algorithm. If you're interested in this information, you can take a picture of this slide, or you can also get this presentation after the event. The next slide, please. Similar step-by-step instruction how to get grant for a greenhouse. The general amount of a grant cannot exceed 7 million hryvnias. And here you can also see a step-by-step algorithm how to get such a grant. One more success story. A company in the Ternopil region cultivates berries, and it got from the state grant amounting to 7 million hryvnias, and at the same time the credit in 579 credit 4.5 million hryvnias to develop and modernize its greenhouses. It's a real case when a company was able to get a grant and also the funds from the state bank to finance greenhouse farming. And the next slide. Here you can see a QR code. And previously I told you that we received an award as the best digital bank for SMEs. You can also scan this QR code and to apply online to get a loan right now. And in 24 hours, you will receive a preliminary decision. And if you're interested, if we have some real companies, real businesses in this room, you can try and submit your application online right now. That's all. And that's great. And I think that you're going to get some new applications, and by CLB tomorrow, you will provide preliminary solution. Denise, let's discuss risks. What are the risks in financing processing industry? Do you mean risks for a bank? Yes. Nowadays, Oshchod Bank has in its strategy the support of the development of the Ukrainian businesses. And in our strategy for 2024, it is envisaged that we support the Ukrainian businesses, processing sector, and agrarian sector. We are open to finance the real sector of the economy. And every day we receive hundreds of applications from micro and small-sized enterprises. And this for the positive solution decisions, as of today, it's 82%. So out of 10 applications, 8 companies are able to get loans. And we have refusals for 2 companies out of 10 because of the usually bad credit in history. So as for our appetite, it is envisaged by our strategy, and we are actively financing the real sector. Dear participants and guests, we've learned about grant possibilities and success stories and the possibilities to receive financial support from the bank. And now I would like to talk about the real investment project. And I'm talking about Oliver Gelix, who is the managing director and CFO of Bayer Ukraine, and also the president of the German Ukraine Commercial, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And there is a story from Zhytomyrsк region. But before giving floor to Oliver, I would like to ask our technical support team to show the video to demonstrate how Fire Ukraine has supported Ukrainians since the first day of the full-scale invasion. Unfortunately, the sound is too low for interpretation. Oliver, the floor is yours. What was your motivation to invest after the full-scale invasion? Wasn't it scary?
We have Alexander Müller from the World Bank, and I would ask you about the view of the agricultural sector in Ukraine in the World Bank. Thank you, Nazari. Colleagues, good afternoon. I hope that you can hear me well enough. Can you hear me? Just let me know, please. Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. Have you heard our question? Yes. But I just wanted to greet everyone, to say hello to all the colleagues, and to express my gratitude for the invitation to participate in this panel discussion. The World Bank is of the view that agriculture has always been important for Ukraine, and in wartime it has become even more important. That's why the issue of access to finance and export opportunities, these are the core factors that enable us to support agriculture and generally the resilience of the Ukrainian economy. We know that about 60% of exports revenues come from agriculture. That's why success in agriculture is something that really matters a lot today. And the World Bank is very specific about its working in Ukraine because we are working with the state and we work using state programs. That is our specificity. And let me share my screen to show you some information. I hope that I will manage to do it quite quickly and that I will be able to outline our core initiatives. Just a second. Can you see my slides? For some reason, I cannot yet share my slides. I hope that now you can see it. I hope that you can see my slides now. Yes, yes, everything is fine. So our main project or our main program currently is inclusive support program for the recovery of agriculture of Ukraine, which is RISE. And today it has been stressed a number of times that this project consists of two components. The first component is the program already mentioned today, Affordable Credits 579. That is component one of our project, and the budget allocated for the support of this program in agriculture is $500 million US. And this is quite an amount of money because we understand how important this program is. And the core uh, issue that has been raised by the previous speakers is that we need to coordinate private investment. We need to attract private investors. We need to find the mechanisms for engaging private investment. And 579 is a good sample to follow because we are engaging the money of banking institutions in agriculture, including processing. So, in fact, this program supported by the World Bank reimburses 100% of the money for the interest rate payment in 2023, 2024, and partially in 2025. This reimbursement will come from the allocated amounts of money, and only about 10% goes for processing of agricultural products, while 90% are about agricultural production. So it's important to stress that this program is constantly being improved. I mean, program 579, and there are some beneficial terms for frontline areas. And last year, the opportunity was included for producers, for processing companies to use this program for investment purposes. And since we are focusing on processing at this conference, so I should stress that this program provides good opportunities for investment, but we work with the state, we don't work directly with the banks. And in this program, we have about 35 banking institutions. There are some top 10 banks which are the leaders and which play a major role, but nevertheless, there are also a number of smaller banks, and this is very good that such an opportunity is available. So this is component one, and component two is about direct support of small agricultural producers, which find it difficult to get any bank funding, in particular in wartime, but it's important to support them. And you can see the detailed information. So these are the crop producers and meat producers, and I didn't indicate the um, support that is provided like per capita, but there is some data about that. And here the budget allocated is $50 million, but in brackets you can see 200, which means that we hope that we will manage to further expand this program and allocate a larger budget for this component. So we launched the implementation of the project in 2023, and we are to complete the project in September 2025. This is our largest funding project, but we've also got an important program reflected in my next slide. We support the Fund for Partial Guaranteeing of Credits in Agriculture. I hope you have heard about it. It is supported both by the World Bank and by the EU, and it's very special because to support bank funding for small agricultural producers, by small, I mean up to 500 hectares, and the fund actually guarantees to the banks under 50% of non-repaid debt under the credit. This initiative is important because suppose we have mentioned today grant money for support provision, but we also need bank support and bank crediting, and we could do some modeling here and take the guarantees from this fund. Well, there are also state guarantees, but we could take the guarantees from this fund. Suppose collateral is not enough, you could also use the guarantees from this fund. And there is also the 579 program with the decreased interest rate that I've just presented to you. So we could actually do the modeling, and on the basis of that modeling, we could continue with our further development. And now the program supported by the World Bank. Already the third program is the support of the State Agrarian or Agricultural Registry, which has been established by the Ministry of Agricultural Policy. And this platform is really important due to the following reasons. In the future, and you have probably heard about it, all the state support will be provided by this platform. By all state support, I mean subsidies and the benefits and even state guarantees, maybe even 579 will also be provided via this platform. And this is the practice of the European Union, in fact, which we have to follow when we have many examples when the state agricultural registry and other project is used for own initiatives. But this is done on this platform because it is supported by the EU, which is important, and this provides numerous funding possibilities from the EU. We hope that this assistance from the EU will be possible, and it will also be provided via this platform. That's why it's important for manufacturers to be present there. I guess we've got about 40,000 agricultural producers on that platform of different sizes, of different forms, but it's important that this number rises. And also, it's not just about the state registry, it may have other functionalities that will make the lives of agricultural producers easier. That's why this platform is also important. So, besides this, because besides the information I've reflected on the slides, let me tell a couple of words about the finance instruments in the narrow sense of this word. And let me remind you that at the beginning of this year, the law on agrarian notes was adopted, which is the continuation of agrarian receipts. These are going to be electronic documents. And this instrument will also be applied in the processing industry for the sake of attracting funds to the processing industry. And here we also need to take this into account because the law will be enacted in a year's time or starting with the 1st of January 2025. But it also deserves attention and probably it will also make access to finance easier. And my last comment, probably, when we are talking about processing, we could be talking about primary or deepened processing. And this topic came to be relevant during the war, particularly relevant during the war. It came to be a priority. But in parallel with this, though this is the right approach, we also need to think about markets because of the new products. Processing is something that is a more demanding process in terms of quality of products. So we are facing a number of challenges and probably new challenges are going to appear. But anyway, added value is something that matters. And another point that I would like to mention, even within our programs, colleagues, of importance become the requirements for sustainable development. And in this case, we are talking about environmental, social issues. These are the requirements of the EU, of the World Bank, and all the institutions. They will be on the rise, and even our commercial banks will have more stringent requirements. So processing companies should already now focus on these requirements. That's why we need to deal with this issue already now. And I guess that we will need to support small producers and processing companies because they need to know how to comply with the requirements and how to interpret those requirements. But I think that this is going to be the topic of our next panel discussion, most probably. Thank you. That's all from me, colleagues. Thank you, Alexandra. I've got one question for you. We know and we understand what the losses of the agricultural sector are because of the full-scale invasion. And according to the World Bank, Ukraine will need $56 billion for its recovery. And this is preliminary data yet. So what is the strategy of the World Bank? How realistic and feasible it is to attract this money and how much time we will need for that? Well, I know where from you have taken this data. This is the data reflected in our recent assessment of the damages in the Ukrainian agricultural sector. It's about $10 billion of something that has been fully destroyed, like equipment, machinery, facilities. And there are also a number of other losses. The losses resulting from pricing, high prices or low prices, depending on what we are talking about. It's a very difficult and very complex issue, Nazari. The World Bank cannot actually do any long-term planning for our priorities, but our closest priorities, something that we are dealing with right now, and our priorities for the midterm prospects are for Ukraine not to lose the EU market. Well, you can see some local issues, but I'm talking here about the requirements, about quality requirements in particular, and so on and so forth. So we cannot provide any concise information about that. We need to talk it over in detail. But during war, access to finance and preservation of export opportunities remain the core things. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. I know that the World Bank trusts in the future of Ukraine. I've read the recent assessment concerning our GDP growth. So 3.2% is going to be our GDP growth according to the World Bank's expectations and forecast next year. And thank you, Alexandra. And now I would ask now to speak Grzegorz Grala, manager of the product development department from KUKA. So Grzegorz, let me welcome you. Are you here? Are you with us? So what are the insurance mechanism? Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. I can already hear Polish. And please tell us what are their core insurance mechanisms and how far you're ready to provide insurance for the projects and for the investors who are ready to give their investment to Ukraine. Welcome to everyone. I'm Grzegorz Grala. I'm product manager in KUKA, and the goal of our today's um, presentation is to present to you some commitments that are assigned to investors, in particular the companies that are carrying out their activity in the field of fruit and vegetable processing. Let me share my screen. So I hope that you can see the presentation. Yes. So for a start, let me tell you who we are and what we are doing. KUKA is the organization that is working in the insurance market of Poland. We've been in existence for more than 30 years, and over this period, we've been supporting Polish companies in their export activities. Um, we are a state-owned company. We belong to the Polish Development Fund, and our mission is to enable the safe expansion of Polish enterprises, both in Poland and abroad. And our vision, our objective is to become the most frequently recommended business partner in the area of receivables and investment insurance, insurance guarantees, as well as financial and insurance solutions tailor-made and dedicated to Polish entrepreneurs. So we have those tailor-made approaches and solutions. And we have also got professional and individual approach to all our clients, which means that we can actually discuss the insurance terms and conditions in every individual case. As the only Polish organization like that, so we are the company, the guarantees of which are provided by the state, which means that the Polish state will compensate from its budget the losses of our investors. And we also cooperate with other agencies of insurance credits throughout Europe, which are our counterparts in foreign countries. We exchange information about insurance products and guarantee products with other agencies throughout Europe. And we also have a subsidiary company, KUKA Finance, thanks to which we can actually provide funding for our own commitments. So we've got a team of over 200 specialists with offices in Warsaw in particular, and they deal with the guarantees of investors. So some statistics for the previous year. In 2023, we insured credits for the amount of 130 billion Polish zlotys. We had about um, uh, we covered about 201 countries. We had about 130,000 active credit limits and guarantees limits at the end of 2023. And we got about 5,000 of active policies, and we cooperated with the companies in 201 countries, as mentioned. So as far as solutions for exporters are concerned, we've got a wide product range for our exporters. We have short-term insurance, or rather insurance of short-term trade receivables. We also have insurance for investments abroad. And as I've mentioned, insurance short-term, long-term, and guarantees are paid out by the state treasury from the budget of the state. And as I've mentioned, our company, our subsidiary company, also offers factoring services. If we speak about insurance of receivables, we have the following Euro policy 2020 in package, and we cooperate with the EU, with the US, in particular. And there are also some products using which we provide insurance for products with high level risks, in particular Ukraine, South Europe, Asia, Africa. So these are programs like Policy Beyond Borders and individual policies. And all in all those short-term products provide for the protection of commitments of our clients against two things: non-repayment when a counteragent declares a bankruptcy, cannot perform its commitments, and another event we protect our clients against is delays in payments made by counteragents, which means that the counteragent is still working in the market but is facing some financial problems and cannot really pay for the goods ordered or for the services ordered. In fact, we do have more of those insurance events, but these are the two basic ones that normally we provide insurance for. And the first program I would like to tell you about is Policy Beyond Borders, which is the insurance of short-term export receivables guaranteed by the state treasury, and the state pays money if export was a failure, suppose export to Ukraine. So what about the characteristics of this product? This product is for companies which are registered in the territory of the Republic of Poland and their subsidiaries from abroad. Suppose a company, a Polish company, has some subsidiary or branch abroad in the form of a limited liability company. These credits, the products of this company are also covered by us. I will later show you the list of the countries where we do this, where we provide this insurance, and we also deal with clients who address us for credits, for getting credits, and they want to have insurance for 90 days. And the maximum for this payment with us is 2 years. Within this product, we do not demand from our clients and our exporters to inform us about the sales and about the transactions to all their counterparties. These could be just selected counterparties. Mean that you can get insurance not for all counterparties, but only for some counterparties that you want to have insurance for, which means that we apply the selective approach for the dubious transactions. We don't have a franchise, which means that we pay any form of reimbursement, because normally we're talking about small formats. It's like 100 euros. And we don't have this bottom line threshold, starting with which we pay the commitments. Then insurance is paid every month for the transactions that took place the previous months, which means that our clients don't have to pay a stable amount of money, but they have to inform about transactions. And suppose there have been any transactions, they are paying a specific insurance amount. And suppose there have been no transactions, there have been no counterparties, then we just charge a standard fee, which is very small, depending on the overall credit line amount. And we will also assess, we also provide a reliable risk assessment of counterparties. Suppose some company is dubious about its counterparties, we can make assessment of this counterparty on a free of charge basis, while other insurance companies that are our competitors charge money for that. But we do this, we make this assessment on a free of charge basis. And also we provide free debt recovery. Suppose the counterparty doesn't make the payment, first we try to charge the amount from the counterparty. And we also do this on a free of charge basis on behalf of our client. So we also suggest additional protection. We have introduced an additional protection credit limit, which means that suppose our client gets a very small credit limit for a counterparty, the amount is too low, then our client, our exporter, can actually ask us to provide additional protection for the sake of expanding the credit line. And in that way, this credit line will go beyond the limits of your risk. And the contract is concluded for a year or for 2 years, and it can be free of charge. I mean, the very process of a conclusion. What do we protect our clients and exporters from? First of all, from trade risks, political risks. If we're talking about trade risks, we are protecting your commitments and transactions against bankruptcy or payment delays from by the counterparty. Suppose your counterparty declares bankruptcy, you can address us to get reimbursement. Or suppose a counterparty is registered, it's still in the market, but has some financial hardships and doesn't have the money to make payments, you can also address us, and we can pay this reimbursement for the commitments on behalf of the counterparty. Another type of events that we provide insurance against is political risks, in particular the risk of moratorium on the decision of the country of the counterparty, which makes it impossible to fulfill the terms of the agreement, or suppose they cannot make any currency transactions, or some other decisions at the level of the state that deprive you of an opportunity to get payment, even if the counterparty is ready to pay and is willing to pay. There may be some provisions in the law that deprive him of this opportunity. So in this case, we are going to pay. And also political risk includes force majeure, like earthquakes, revolutions, riots, mass strikes, volcanic eruptions, and also wars, something related to Ukraine. So suppose there are some changes because of war actions, of military actions, and the counterparties are not able to pay for their commitments, so we will also pay the reimbursement and we will pay for the goods dispatched. We provide insurance to our clients in the countries that you can see in the list. Actually, 160 countries with high level of risk. Ukraine is on that list, definitely. And within our product, our exporters can use our insurance and export goods to any of those countries. And definitely, you can have several counterparties covered by one policy. And let me tell you one more interesting thing. We used to have the products where we could provide insurance for export of goods from the European Union to the European Union, to Canada, to the US, but actually you can do it via the package product, which I have already mentioned. So suppose you want to protect your commitments, you need to take two policies: the package policy and the policy without borders, beyond borders, and you are going to be protected in all the countries, including Ukraine. So the product policy beyond borders also has an additional expansion, an additional agreement within which we can also protect not just the commitments, but we could also protect against manufacturing risks. Suppose a certain company is the producer of certain goods to order, and this is some specific product that cannot be produced by any other counterparty, and then the exporter pays some money, but the counterparty dissolves the agreement or violates the terms and conditions of this agreement or declares bankruptcy, and our client understand that he will never be able to have the costs of production of the goods reimbursed, he may address us and get the reimbursement. Grzegorz, I'm really grateful to you for such an informative speech, but unfortunately we are so much pressed for time. We have run out of our time. So let me ask you to very, very quickly, within 30 seconds, to conclude your presentation. It's very informative. It's very analytical. Thank you for joining, but just 30 seconds and
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you for such a comprehensive analysis. We've had with us Raresh Grala, the product manager from KK Insurance Company. And now I would like to give floor to Denise. Denise, you heard your colleague from Poland, Denise Harasuda, the member of advisory board of Expert Credit Agency. Denise, just a short remark. We know that the government has expanded the opportunities of the expert credit manager. I'm not the part of advisory board. I'm now one of the higher managers. And first of all, I would like to thank you for staying so late with us. And this is the first time for me, for example, to wait to the third panel. And when I saw the agenda, I was afraid that a few people would learn about us. Please raise your hands, those who are business representatives, just for me to see how many people we have here. Because there was such a situation when I was not a speaker, and the question was about business representatives, and there were only two hands. Although the amount of people in the room was twice more. And thank you for being with us here. Just 2 words about ICA, and then can get to questions and answers, just for you to understand what we are doing. In Ukraine, this is the private stock company, and we've started active activities in 2022, so we can say that we are a rather young company. We have been developing rather actively. We use the experience from the rest of the world, and we also learned from the KUKA's experience, and that was great to learn about the numbers shown by colleague by our colleague. We don't have so many cases, but we have a lot of success cases. And in my presentation today, I would like to cover some important issues for businesses. Coming back to questions, since November last year, there were amendments to the law regulating ICA, and now this is we are an authorized company ensuring the investments in Ukraine against the war and political risks. And the Cabinet of Ministers worked on secondary legislation. We worked on the development of the product itself. On the 9th of April, several days ago, the Cabinet of Ministers approved the provision with regard to the risks our company can insure against. They are not only war risks, but also political risks. And this is very important for potential investors, both domestic and external, and maybe for foreign investors in the first place. What is this provision about? What are we going to do? We will insure against the war risks, and we will insure investments. I would like to stress upon this. A lot of businesses and banks cooperating with us believe that this is about property insurance, but this is not about property insurance. This is about investing about ensuring investments. So for us, it is important to analyze the situations when the investment was lost, when the possibility to get dividends is lost, and this is a different type of assessment. And of course, if there were some property loss, we will assess the losses in relation to this. If this is a financial investment, we will assess to what extent an investor can continue controlling an enterprise after occupation or a missile attack or some as a result of other war risks. And how the losses can affect a specific investment. And this will be described in our product that will be prepared by ECA. And before the decree, our company had been working on the product, and already now we have some ready solutions because we were waiting for this decree, and we have already agreed with one bank to have real cases. I cannot reveal this bank at the moment, but if in the nearest future we will have this case, we will provide this information to you. I hope that this will be a big start of big program, because even in this bank, there are 3 companies who'd like to operate in this area. Where this investment insurance can be used, we insure an investment, but this could be also an additional case where we can unblock the decision of some banks where there is ban on investing and crediting certain territories. When we started developing this product, I understood perfectly well, based on my 20-year experience of working in banking, it's that we started analyzing different regions, red regions close to the front line, orange regions, green regions, and then our product now can be efficiently used in the regions that before previously were banned for investing according to the bank's internal procedures. There could be a relocation procedure, and this is impossible, but if there is a good crediting history from the peaceful times, with our product, we will be able to unlock this. Now, we're having separate meetings with the management of different banks for us to be able to study the situation closer. There is a range of regions that still don't work with the ECA. Unfortunately, thanks God, this is not about the Chernivtsi region, and this is not even the front line. We can work there, and I hope that through the banking system and directly, we will be able to start our work to provide loans to enterprises working in Sumy, Chernihiv, Zaporizhzhia, and Sumy and other regions which are under bigger risk than other regions. This will be a new product. And now coming back to our main activities, we're thankful to the invitation to this event, and we use every possibility to tell more about our activities because we can really support our businesses. And so during today's panels, we were just thinking what else we could do to strengthen our businesses and exporters and investors. And I think that we should still raise awareness, because a lot of businesses whom we met with still don't understand the opportunities that Ukraine offers. And we have created a lot to support businesses. As for the main activity of ECA, we could speak here about 2 large zones or areas. The first is the direct support of exporters and insurance of export contracts of businesses. What I'm talking here about if businesses want to enter new markets, or if there is a new counterparty, we can become an institution that can at least get information about about a counterpart, and we have already stopped several open frauds when we were addressed by a client saying, "Wow, that's great! I have a great counterpart, some big expert contract," and we start the scrutiny of the history of that company, of that counterpart, and we understand that this is just a fraud, and we refer to the headquarters of the company that seemingly wants to order some product, but they say that they have not ordered anything older. Their documents, their seals are used. And this is how we can support our customers, and also we can ensure the agreement. We can ensure 85% of the contract a company gets. When it comes to pricing, about the value, because this is the main question for businesses. And when it comes to the countries of the first category, the whole of Europe, USA, Australia, Japan, and the civilized world, this is less than 1%. Recently, we've seen several cases. This is 0.5, 0.49% of the insurance volume. We also have cases for big contracts, but we insure every load, every consignment which is sent, so customers pay for those goods that have been shipped. So they don't pay for the whole big contract at once. So this could be 1 million contract, but like 50,000 consignment, and they can insure separate consignments, not the whole contract. As for decision-making process, and according to our internal documents, we have 3 days to make a decision, but also taking into consideration that we can ask for additional information from our clients. This is up to 1 week at maximum. Businesses can get our decision, and then they have 1 month just to launch that insurance. So there is our decision that we are ready to cooperate with our exporter and counterpart that will receive the goods, and then there is up to 1 month for our client to decide whether to conclude that agreement. Another stream, an important one, and I've forgotten to mention that ICA is licensed by the National Bank, and our activities are regulated according to the requirements of our financial regulator, the National Bank of Ukraine. And this means that our insurance, according to Decree 350 of the National Bank, is a liquid mortgage. So if the businesses have some issues with mortgages, they can use our insurance to get funds just for the product they get from us. And we also work with the banks with the credit loan portfolios that they already have. And also, will make it possible for their loans to be substituted by our insurance. Sometimes it is very important for the company. For example, if they need some working capital, so we use our product as alternative to the existing system as a substitute. And also the bank can finance that, so to say, freed loan. So thus we provide additional opportunities for our exporters. It should be also mentioned that in the framework of crediting, we have 2 approaches to pricing. The first one, we can assess as a bank the financial condition of the company itself, basing on the financial reports of the company. Their tariffs usually are a bit higher because this depends on the ranking of the country and ranking of exporters working at the market, and this is in the framework of insurance methodology. This could be up to 1.5%. But if such tariffs are high for our exporters, we can also look into the contract and counterparty offering, ordering that product, and there we can use different methodology. And for Western world, it can be as low as 0.5%, and in the Middle Asia, this could be 1.5, 2%. And I think that in these conditions, in the country, this is a small price for safety and security and the possibilities, opportunities that can be obtained. And in the framework of the stream supporting loans, so we have a separate program. We have signed an agreement with big banks, just state and private. We simplified assessment. They have the limit like 20 million hryvnias, so they can assess the exporter in terms of crediting, and if we can see that they are ready to provide loans, and which this is coincides with the conditions, then with our conditions, then it's made automatically, and the commission there is 0.6%, and we are working to improve the package of such customers, and this is about the small size enterprise because this is only up to 20 million, but we have rather quite many of such cases, and if exporters are listening to me right now, you can refer to your banks and to ask if they have our program, and if the possible to use the insurance of expert credit agency. I think this is all on my side. Thank you, Denise. I don't have any questions. I do have questions. I don't take much of your time, but Yulia wants to make a question, and Denise says that he can't share the information, but I can share the information that was published yesterday. We have been actively working over 1 year with the banks and some insurance companies to introduce war insurance. Because like MIGA, DFC, and other international organizations offer there for big projects, not for SMEs. That's why we started with the local insurance market. And yesterday, with the support of our expertise, Raiffeisen Bank, together with 3 insurance companies, and this is open to information. These are companies Ingo, Universalna, and ARIX, with the help of AON insurance broker, announced the war insurance program for SMEs. And this is not about insuring investment, but for property insurance of equipment and the products in turnover for SMEs. So you can just refer to Raiffeisen Bank and so to their own broker, and that will be not cheap because of the risks, but for the Chernivtsi region, it could be quite an affordable price. This is for the first time in Ukraine. This is local pilot product of war insurance. It's not about political risks. This is war insurance, and the product of ECHO is an auxiliary one in this program. So this is additional information for our businesses. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you for such a complex package of information for our guests and for our online participants. And Denise, thank you very much for such comprehensive analysis and for your presentation. And I think that we will cooperate with you and continue inviting you to our events. And now I would like to thank you for your patience and sorry. And I would like to give word to Yulia Kotsar. This is the head of the Department of Supporting Agribusiness of Crédit Agricole. We have talked about different banks today, and Yulia has mentioned Raiffeisen Bank. What is offered by Crédit Agricole in the processing. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. Thank you very much for staying with us so late, for taking part in our panel discussion. I think that today everyone was able to discuss your issues, your questions, and I think that all of you have met your potential partners today and have found the potential tools for the implementation of your projects. It's understand what to do with the hedging, with the war insurance, and from our name, it is clear that Crédit Agricole have been actively supporting for over the last 30 years agrarian sector, producers, processors, micro, small, medium-sized companies as well as large companies, and we have different products to offer. There are some packages, even of offers, and you know that unfortunately business is now facing certain challenges, and businesses have to optimize their activities to find new solutions to change their production programs. That's why we are really trying to offer those tools that will allow you, firstly, to get access to funding, timely funding. Secondly, our products allow you to find the best producers, suppliers, and distributors of certain products for you. And today we have discussed the 579 program, how useful it is for our businesses. But apart from this program, and we're also taking part in it, we have been actively offering alternative products to the market, which are as useful but as the program, but with the less financial burden. Thanks to our partner programs, you can buy the products you need to protect seeds, mineral fertilizers. Financial tools allow this to do with the minimum financial burden. Our interest rates from 0.01% annually. And we can see that recently, in the last years, the businesses have had no that large opportunities to invest, but we understand that there is a need in new equipment, new machinery. It is also needed to modernize the existing facilities, and our programs will allow you to select the brand which is more suitable for you, the equipment, irrigation equipment, equipment for production, growing or processing, and also our conditions allow you to use different financial tools, loan instruments, financial leasing, to make investments for long term with your minimum contribution, or the main amount funds will be covered by Crédit Agricole with the optimal conditions. Even for investment products, the rate starts from 0.01% annually. We are also participants of all state programs. We work with international institutions. Such programs allow you to get finances without additional support, but with the guarantees of the International Bank, international financial institutions, and these will ease your access to funding. And this is briefly as for the opportunities of Crédit Agricole Bank. And we would like to thank all our partners who have been growing with us over years. And of course, you're invited to Crédit Agricole. Thank you, Yulia. And you know I've noticed that you've mentioned that all the credit starts from the rate 0.01, and this is really amazing. So I'm now thinking about what credit I would loan to get from your bank. Thank you very much for this discussion, for this panel. Would like to thank to our audience who is still there. You are the most resilient. You've got knowledge and information, which is very important for our economic growth, for attracting investments, for ensuring investments. And I believe that such an event is the basis for the new economic future of Ukraine. I would like to thank all the panelists. Would like to thank the audience. I would like to thank the organizers, Chernivtsi Military Regional Administration. I would like to thank USAID greatly for your support for all these calls. And now I would like to invite Alexander Novichenko, the acting head of Ukraine Invest and the representative of Chernivtsi Regional Administration, and Yulia representing USAID is here on this stage. Will be the last word, and we could stop here. Alexander, please join us on the stage. Thank you. So I will get closer to you. First of all, I would like to give floor to you. I would like to thank everyone who is still there. Thank you for finding time in such a difficult period to join us here in Chernivtsi in the framework of this forum, this platform. And I hope that this is the platform where all of you can exchange experience, and this will give us an economic impact, will improve our partner relations. And I think that after today's presentations, all of you will bring home something positive. I hope that you've learned something new today. And I want to believe that you have understood that Bukovina is the region where you want to live, develop, and where you want to invest into. Thank you very much. You know that without the great willingness to have this event, it would have been impossible. And this could bring us closer to our victory and will show the page of the future of Ukraine. This is what I sincerely believe in, and I hope that God can hear us today. And on behalf of our organization, I would like to thank you once again. And I know that in parallel, your administration has one more event also in the city of Chernivtsi. And I would also like to thank USAID, represented by Yulia today. And you've made something very important, because without funding, we cannot organize such good event. And I would also like to thank you, dear participants. I would like to thank you for your patience. I think that you are the most interested, because it is very difficult to spend so much time in this room. But I think that you are satisfied because you've received the knowledge and information that will help you to develop your companies, your business, and yourselves. And you can also use this great comprehensive information that you've got today from our panelists. And I would like to thank all the panelists, and all panels had its own face. And that great to learn about your professional creativity and success. And you've presented everything at the highest level. I am really amazed, and I'm really inspired to continue my work. And I would like to avail of this opportunity. And I think that this will be right if I briefly represent the team that worked on the side of Ukraine Invest, I would like to name these people. And to those who are still here in this hall, please stand up. This is Inna Rakhlitska. She's not here because she works outside these premises, this venue. But I saw how hard she worked to organize this event. She's the leading expert of the communication department. Here we have representatives of other departments. You've seen Mr. Volnyansky, Nazary Volnyansky, who moderated perfectly the last panel. And I can say this. And I would also like to say that we have Ksenia Valshuk. Here she is, our beautiful Ksenia, Miss Elizaveta Isaeva. She is also a representative of this department and also the investment department. This is the secret department, and which is represented Mr. Nazary Gogut, who was the moderator of the first panel, and also the head of this department here did not take floor today, but this is Maxim Bondarenko, who was visible today in all activities. And once again, I hope that this event can become traditional, subject to synergy of Ukraine Invest in your institutions. And I hope that this is not our last meeting. And I can also see significant prospects in our cooperation. We have started it today in this venue during this discussion. Just glory to Ukraine.
I would also like to express my gratitude to the regional administration, to Ukraine Invest for your initiative, because we are always waiting for the initiative from the private sector, from public institutions. Otherwise, it would look as if the American project is trying to impose something on someone. So when there is a good initiative, we're always ready to support. And this is a very good practical event. We are waiting for partners from business, from banks. We work with top 10 banks, and we've got specific projects with each of the banks present here. Just we have not voiced all this information. I would like to express my gratitude to Marina Kulihina, who organized the event, and Olena. Um, please show yourselves to colleagues because you can actually address them for any of our programs. Olena knows everything about all the rates, all the discounts. She is a great expert connoisseur of all of our programs. So please, you can address Olena Phil directly with any issues related to our programs. And as the ambassador of the US always says, we have to win the war and to win the future. So with this slogan, with this mood, let's move on and let's keep working and keep going. Thank you. So once again, let me express our gratitude to everyone present here. Thanks a lot to all of you. And as always, please take those small gifts. So this is the end of our forum. And once again, I would like to express our gratitude to all of you. Let me wish you peaceful skies and victory of our country. And you can continue informal communication there at coffee. Thank you and see you soon.